I will call the meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance of the United States. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I'd like to make some introductions. Ricky Hippler, Chairman of the Board of Selectmen. Jack Meany, Vice Chair. Sherry Burdick, Selectman. John Osborne, Selectman. Jan Snyder, Selectman. Laura Spector Morgan, Town Council. Naomi Bolton, Town Administrator. Maureen Bilodeau, Town Clerk. Lori Davis, the Chairman of the Finance Committee. Lori, could you come to the microphone and introduce the rest of the committee, please?
Will the Finance Committee please stand? And please face the audience because the Board of Selectmen knows who we are. Tom Clow, Donna Osborne, Jim Drury, Bill Anderson. I know them by first name, not last name. Dennis Haben. I'm sorry, Miss Librarian. Chris Haig. And the rest of our Finance Committee.
Mick just came in.
Fallon just came in, and we're still waiting for the rest. But this is your Finance Committee. Feel free to contact them if you have any questions.
Thank you. There are some more people that I need to recognize that are non-residents. Police Chief Sean Kelly, Fire Chief Bob Bazina, Bruce Davis, Allstate Asphalt, Mike Sullivan, Town Librarian. Beth Rouse, Finance Administrator, and Benji Knapp, Head of the DPW. Anyone else? Oh, good. Now, one thing I need to ask is that you be patient and kind to me. I'm going to do my very best. We've done this in years past, and you have been exceptional. However, you never know how many screw-ups I can make. So we'll go from there. As is the tradition, I will read a list of the residents who passed away during the year. Here it is. Gilbert Bacchus, Natalie Wood, Louisa Flores Bertie, Ronald Rivard, Joseph Gaffney Jr., Douglas Rich, Lucien Ole, Raymond Du Bois, Donald Dawson, Charles Worcester, Ashley Bovair, Peter Prue, David Higgins, Ingeborg Sargent, Constant Bennett, Marjorie Robbins, Eric Chapman, Shirley Mooney, Ralph Joyce Jr., Patricia Markey, Jeff Ryan, Harold McLean, Susan Miller, Cynthia White, Lawrence Demore, Jean Serrett, Henry Fitz Sr., Donnie Gilmay, Lorraine McNeil, Donald Burke, John Petrillo, William Rem, Craig Knowles, John Wheeler, Shirley Hagan, Ronald Phelps, Brandon Hatch, Ronald Grebe, Thomas Tulgren. If I mispronounce names, I apologize. I want to remind you that this is not my meeting. This is your meeting. I want you to go home and never think of me again. However, simply because I'm really an authoritarian and I need to have control, I'm going to provide you with some of the procedures which, to help, I hope, to move the process along. Rules of order for the deliberative session. Today's votes will be cast using the white colored voting card. Everybody have one. If you do not have one, please go and register at the table. If you are a registered voter and do not have a card, you must sign in with the supervisors of the checklist and get one. Please sign your card and either take it with you or turn it into the supervisors when you leave. If you are not a registered voter, you cannot participate in the voting and must be sitting in the designated area, which I have put out there as the last 2 rows in the back on the right-hand side, my right-hand side. I will read the warrant article as it appears in the warrant, and then I will call on the selectman and/or petitioner as is appropriate to speak to the article first. I will then call upon the Finance Committee to speak to the article. I will then open the floor to questions, comments, and/or amendments by the voters. If you would like to speak to an article, please stand in line at the microphone. And when you are recognized to speak, please state your name clearly prior to beginning. Excuse me. All speakers will be required to show their voter identification sticker or card. Only registered voters will be allowed to speak unless a majority of the voters present decide otherwise. Please ask permission here and allow the town council to, no, that's what I was supposed to do. Those members who are not, those people who are present who are not citizens of the town, I would like to make a motion that we allow them to speak to the articles that are pertinent. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Everybody understand what we just voted on? Yeah. Okay. I say that only because I don't know. Questions and/or comments. This is important. Questions and/or comments will be directed to me. In other words, if you come to the microphone to speak, you are speaking to me. You are not speaking to a member of the board or to a representative. Are we clear? Good. Hearing no comments, I will recognize people to speak. No conversation directed at others on the floor will be allowed. A motion to call the question will not be accepted until all have had a fair opportunity to express their views. In order to make this meeting run smoothly and efficiently, please be brief and non-repetitive with your comments and stick to the subject matter within the article. In other words, I don't want to be talking about the geraniums placed in the cemeteries when we're supposed to be talking about asphalt and tar. Amendments will be accepted, however, and they must be written on the form that I have here, which can be picked up on the table over by the registers. This, I will hope, will eliminate any confusion that we may have had in the past. The amendment will be voted on up or down and then an amendment to that amendment will be attached to that amendment at a particular time if necessary. They will be accepted only after the selectmen, the finance committee, and/or petitioner have had an opportunity to speak. Only one amendment will be allowed on the floor at a time, which is a good idea because I get confused quickly. I will ask for any other amendments afterwards. An amendment cannot change the subject matter, purpose, or intent of the article. If you would like, they can change the intent? Oh, okay. I've been corrected, which is essential. The amendment cannot change the subject matter or purpose of the article as posted. You can change the intent. Okay. If you would like to restrict reconsideration once the article has had a final vote, a motion must be made to do so. Maureen has already indicated that she would like to restrict all of them, but she can't do that. A motion must be made to do so. A request to have a paper ballot must be in writing and signed by 5 registered voters. Any voter may question a ruling of mine by the moderator by asking to appeal the ruling to the body as a whole. A majority vote is required to overrule the moderator. Let me make sure I've done all of my housekeeping tasks, and then we can move on. Okay, we now go to the warrant. I call this meeting to order as I did at 9 o'clock, and the purpose of the meeting is to address and to finalize the articles that will appear on the warrant article vote, which is going to be on March 12th, Tuesday, March 12th, beginning at 7 o'clock in the morning and ending at 7 o'clock at night. And to elect officers of the town by official ballot, to vote on questions required by law to be inserted on said official ballot, and to vote on all warrant articles as accepted or amendment in this session. Okey doke. I'm going to skip the first article and the second article and move to Article 3. Article 3 reads, shall the town raise and appropriate a sum of $2,500,000 for the purpose of preservation and rehabilitation of the town-owned, maintained paved roads? $2,500,000 of such sum to be raised through the issuance of bonds or notes under and in compliance with the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, to authorize the selectmen to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, or other aid, if any, which may be available for the said purpose and to comply with all laws applicable to said project, to authorize the selectmen to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver said bonds and notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity of other terms thereof, and to authorize the selectmen to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. Now I go to road. Jan?
I move that Article 3 be, I move Article 3 as read.
Thank you. Second?
I move Article 3 as read.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded, and Benji and, let's see, Bruce Davis are going to speak to this article, I believe.
Morning, everyone. The idea behind this bond is to try to put an immediate stop to the deterioration of roads that are worthy of putting an overlay or chip coat or any method of that nature. So we can concentrate our time and our money for the next few years on the roads that are really bad that we need to tear up, such as a Bow Road, many of you are here. So,
You gotta speak up, please.
so I'd like to recognize Bruce Davis from Allstate to give you a little speech on the importance of keeping your good roads good, because that's more or less what this bond is intended for.
So I am.
Microphone.
You're going to need to use the mic.
Okay, how's that? Better? There we go. So, my name is Bruce Davis. I'm with Allstate's Asphalt. I've been in the industry for, 35 years. A little more than 35 years. And I've never done this. So, I got roped into kicking and screaming to teach classes to UNH T-squared program. Anybody familiar with that? Raise your hand. Question for the person that takes the questions. Can they ask me a question directly as I show things, or do they need to go through you? Sometimes
They need to come to the microphone.
that microphone, okay. Different forum than I'm used to. So you're asking yourself, why is this guy here talking to me, and what's this all about? So during the classes that we teach, we have taught road agents, public works directors, and people of that nature. We do the classes on pavement preservation, and they thought the classes, hey, this is a great class, but you're speaking to the choir. So they say, the administration, we need money to fix our roads. We need the administrators to give us the funds that we need to do what we need to do. So, the light bulb came on, and we said, we need to go to the administration. And we set up classes. Sorry, I'm nervous. I'm not used to, I hate the microphone. So Naomi and Jack came to a class, and they thought that, I think you got some value out of the class. You thought it was pretty good. And he said, wow, what if we could take this to the townspeople, and they could see this? And I said, well, how the heck are we going to do this? So this is the first one, and we're going to go through some of the slides and talk about your town roads and what they do and what they don't do. So I'm going to make you think about pavement in a different way than your road network than you ever have before, I hope. So what's the biggest asset the town owns? I'm supposed to ask you a question. You're not allowed to talk unless you come to the microphone. But basically, most towns, it's your pavement. Your pavement is the largest asset the town owns. Now, when you have an asset, whether it's a loader, a grader, a house, a car, any asset, do you manage that asset? I hope you do, right? You hope you manage that asset in the best way possible. Do you buy something? Do you buy a car? Do you buy the grader and do nothing to that piece of equipment the whole life of that equipment, right? Everything you buy has a service life. You buy something, you maintain it over the life of that to extend that life and keep it in a more serviceable condition, and you spend small dollars trying to do that. And that is a much more efficient and less costly way to maintain an asset. And it's the same with your roads. It's the exact same thing. Everything's an asset. So roads impact your daily life. How do they impact your daily life? You get up in the morning, you get dressed, you go to work, you put the coffee in your seat next to you. What's the coffee doing right now when you're driving to work on some of the roads? Where's it ending up? It's getting splashed around. It's in your lap. You have commerce, trucks, people that go to businesses. They go over the roads. The roads are really rough. Another way it impacts your daily life. Think about school buses. Kids are riding in the back of the bus. The ones in the back coming up, hitting the roof right with their heads. Think about school buses in bad conditions, rainstorms. Think about how much longer it takes for a school bus to get from point A to point B this time of the year, right? We all drive around. What are the roads like right now? Really bad, right? They're moving around. Frost is moving. The roads are getting terrible. And we'll get into that further down. So Naomi has this. She picked out slides out of our class, so I'll have to look at the slides and kind of talk about it. But this is kind of a breakdown of your network that you have currently in this town. I believe, and Sherry talked about this earlier, that this is the second largest town in the state of New Hampshire, streetwise. So, it's a big burden on you folks, and it's a lot of road network to manage and take care of. And I think Benji is really making an effort to do that. So here's your present day value of all your roads. Now, we had to make a lot of generalizations, right? We had to generalize how much gravel there was underneath the road, how thick your pavement was, and other different factors that contributed to this number. But I think it's a fair value network of somewhere around $27,540 of your asset that you own in this town, that you manage. And you're currently investing, what was the next slide? Something about 1.7% in your annual program towards that investment, right? I'll tell you, on average, that's on the low side comparatively to a lot of towns. I cover the entire state of New Hampshire as well as parts of Vermont. So I've seen towns that don't even maintain roads any longer. I have towns that have given up on pavement. They ground all the roads, they put calcium chloride and gravel out, and there's a cost to that, and there's also an effect on what that does to their commerce and the daily travel. And I've seen towns that have large budgets and do a very good job of maintaining their network, and their roads are all, would say, a B or better for all their roads that they have. So let me take this, we're going to go over this slide and I'm going to explain what you're looking at, but let me show you this. This is a core of asphalt. What color is this? Black, right? So, who can think on the way to work this summer, did anybody see, show of hands, anybody see a road being paved this summer? Right? So think about that road. What color was it when they paved it? Black, right? Can anybody think of a pavement that's 3 or 4 years old? What color is that pavement right now? White. Thank you. What's happening? It's oxidizing. Pavement is an organic material. It oxidizes with time, water, air. This core of asphalt is 4 years old. It's still black. It's never been exposed. It's been indoors. It's been in my car. It's been in my house. It's seen air, but it's never been exposed to sunlight, water, traffic. So what's going on there? Why is it still black? When you put pavement on the roads, the next day, that pavement's starting to age. It's going to start to turn color. It's going to start to lose flexibility, okay? So as that pavement ages and gets grayer and grayer and grayer, it gets less and less flexible. Now, you look out the window, we've had all these rain events. We have all these cold events behind the rain. The ground moves, it shifts, it flexes. Do you want pavement that's flexible, or do you want pavement that's stiff? You want flexible. You want to move. You want to be able to move with that stuff. As you put traffic loads, if the base, the gravel underneath the pavement, isn't strong enough to hold up the traffic loads, you want that pavement to be able to flex and rebound back. And the older that pavement gets, the less it will do so. It will get worse and worse and worse over time. So what we're looking at is here, is this curve, this life cycle of a pavement. We're going to say that's day one that it was paved, and it's starting out excellent. And as you rotate down over time, the pavement deteriorates, right? It gets older and older and older. The condition gets worse and worse and worse. And as time gets further out, you get into a situation where the roads are just junk. And what we're trying to tell you now is, if you take your dollars, your tax dollars, and you are operating in a life cycle curve up in this part of the curve, it's going to cost you a fraction of building a road, doing nothing. You don't maintain that asset, and that asset goes down over time, and then you get down into this condition index. Now you're spending huge dollars, big dollars. It's not even close. So the two things are inverse. As time goes on, the payment deteriorates. Notice the green curve here. That's money. If you are spending dollars up here, the cost is going to be very low. And as time goes on and you start spending dollars down here, the cost is going to be very high. Okay? Just a flip of inverse relationship. So where do you want to be spending your hard-earned tax dollars? You want to be operating up here, spending low dollars, because your dollars that you work for go way further on a network of 77 miles of road when you're operating in the preservation part of the curve. So how do we do that? Once you pave that road, it's very counterintuitive that my street got paved and you're going to do something to that in year number 3. Why are you spending money on this road? It was paved just 3 years ago, or 4 years, or 5 years ago, okay? Why are we doing that? Well, we already told you that pavement ages, and it's cheaper to do something often with small dollars. Once that gets out, year 3, do some sort of minor treatment. It will age again. Maybe a little bit more of a treatment, but not a high cost. It jumps you back up, and it ages again. If you do this small hopscotching many, many times over a period of time, go 50 years. You take any road, a mile of road, you pave it brand new. You fix it, you pave it, you maintain it often with small dollars, will probably be 50 cents on the dollar versus pave it, forget it, rebuild it. 50 cents, maybe even less. Maybe even less than that. Go ahead, Nate. So what are we saying? We're saying that this is an example of different treatments. And when Nate and we went to the class, and Jack, we threw 11, 12 different treatments that are most widely used in all of New England. Everything that we knew. We filled their toolbox with all kinds of options, but we just picked and choose some things that are most commonly used for you guys to look at and get a feel for what we're talking about. So what we're saying is reclaim and repave, rebuild a road, and give generalization, $225,000 to the mile. It could be double that, it could be triple that. You could probably get a little bit less than that, but we had to start somewhere just to give you a general figure to start with. With a service life, because everything has a service life, right, of 15 years. Can everybody see the 15? All right. And then we're saying 1.5 inch hot mix overlays, somewhere around 8 years at $75,000. Some type of a surface seal at 6 years at $40,000. And everybody's familiar with crack sealing, about 3 years at $5,000. Now, before I talk about this next one and the life extension that we're going to get, know that when we talk about those generalizations, as far as surface seal, crack seal, any of the 1.5 inch overlays, if you take a piece of pavement that is completely detonated and put an 1.5 inch overlay on that, that service life is going to be drastically different than if you put an 1.5 inch overlay on a piece of pavement that's 8 or 9 years old that's not in that bad a condition. Does that make sense? So, and just an analogy, you build a house. You put siding on that house, you put a roof, you put windows. What if you don't paint that house? What if you don't replace the windows? What if you don't maintain the roof? What's going to happen to that house as an asset, right? It'll fall apart over time. So you have 77 miles, am I correct with that? 77 miles of pavement, and gravel's a whole nother issue, but we'll probably won't touch base on that, but 77 miles of pavement. Every year, every single year, 77 miles of pavement ages 1 year, right? All your roads by next year will be a year older. Did you do something to your roads, your entire network of roads, that are going to buy you time that are equal or to greater than 77 years of life, okay? So if you put down pavement and it lasts 10 years, you got to pave 7.7 miles every year just to keep the status quo of your entire network. Does everybody understand that? Should I put it a different way? Let's say you were in the rebuilding business. If you have 77 miles of road and you're going to get 15 years out of rebuilding, reclaim and repave a road, you need to take up, 5.13 miles a year of road every year of rebuilding to keep level funded for your network. So what's the next one? I don't remember. So let's just throw something at you. Here's a scenario where we're going to try to do a multitude of different treatments. Let's see what happens. So pay attention to the numbers. So we're going to take 1 mile, grind, grade, compact, put back hot mix, and at a cost of $225,000. Notice the extension, right? We get 15 years out of that. You might get 20. You get other places where grind, grade, compact only put 2 inches of hot mix back. You might get 8 or 9 out of that. We had to come up with an average, okay? We can talk about that later. So 15 years of extension on that. Let's say you take 2.5 miles and do an 1.5 inch overlay on that. All the same year. This is all the same year we're going to do this, okay? You're going to get 20 years of extension there. And the cost associated with it, you can see that, $187,000. You do a couple of surface seals, 1.75 miles of surface sealing, whatever that might be. And then you're going to do a little bit of crack sealing. So the key numbers are, I think your current level of investment is close to $500,000 a year on an annual basis, 480. So that's where we're coming up with this. So for just under $500,000 that we spent doing multitude of different things, we only bought ourselves 54.5 years of service life. Are we going ahead or are we going backwards? We're going backwards, right? We're not gaining. We're not gaining on. We didn't buy enough years to equal 77 years of service life. So let's look at another example. Let's take and pull the rebuilding portion of it right out of our program. Let's take it out. And say we do 1.5 inch overlay, we're going to do 2.5 miles. We're going to do 7 miles of surface seals. We're going to crack seal 6 miles. And you can see all the extensions, 20, 40, 18. Wow, there's 80 years that we gain. You're going ahead now. You're going ahead. But you can't do this until your roads are in a condition to do so, right? Does that make sense? You can't take your junk roads and operate in a preservation mode at the lower cost unless you have a road that is fit for preservation. So that's the key factor here. You got to get to that point first. Who lives on a road that really stinks right now? Your first inclination is to say, I want to take that $500,000 and I want to do worst first. Worst first. The worst roads in town are the first ones that should be fixed. It's the death knell. It's the death knell of your structure. Because if you spend your entire budget, say $225,000, you do 2 miles of road, right? Let's say you get 20 years out of it. 20 years. You build 2 miles of road, you get 20 years out of it. You're not getting back there for 40 years. 40 years before you can come back to that road and rebuild it. And I have towns with 50 miles of road. They spend their entire budget on 1 mile of road. When do they get back? It's 50 years before they get back to that road. And the road is not going to last that long. It's just not going to happen. So worst first, using your yearly operating budget will just kill you. Will kill you. At this point, does anybody have questions? I just threw a lot of stuff at you. I'm happy to answer any questions. Nobody else wants to talk on a microphone. I see how this works. Name
One question here.
Yes, great.
Sorry, I forgot the rules. Tom Downing, Winterberry Lane. On the crack repair, I'm not clear on the timeline of diminishing returns, meaning it's probably easy to say, let's just fix cracks every so many years, but at some point there's diminishing returns. Can you just explain how that works?
Great question, super question. So, once again, it's about project selection. Pavements that are brand new, they age 1, 2, 3, 4 years out. After they've aged a little bit, you'll see that center seam, right down the middle of the road where the joint is, will oftentimes open up with a crack. Crack seal works great in that situation. And then you get some longitude and lateral cracks, not a lot. When if the road you look at and they're putting crack seal looks like spaghetti everywhere, that's not a good use of crack seal. Crack seal should be very early on in pavement life, when you can spend, say you take $15,000, you should be able to get 3, 4, maybe 5 miles with $15,000 versus a road that's really junk and shouldn't be used, and they're spending that 15 grand in a mile and a half. That's not a good use of that asset. And a lot of that would be Benji having that knowledge of what he's doing and choosing what streets have which treatment applied to it. So project selection is very important in all of these categories, not just the crack seal, as well as any of the surface seals. If you do surface seals on roads that have wheel ruts and they're garbage, they don't plow clean, it's not a good use of your money. It should be better spent on an 1.5 inch shim or something else. Any other questions? Yeah, sure.
Hi, Tom Flaherty, Sunrise Lane, Weare. Okay, so we spend all this money and we, use the analogy of the house, you put vinyl on your house instead of whatever you had before. Are there mitigation strategies that can be employed as policies by the highway department to prolong the life or to achieve the maximum life? Are there things that are happening to our roads that maybe are degrading them faster in some areas? Yep. And if we're going to spend the money, I'd like to know that if there are things, are we doing them? That's all. Yep. For maintenance, preservation.
Another great question. So, other than traffic, the world has changed. I grew up in Bosquen, just up the street, and you used to be able to ride your bike down the road, and you look around, there'd be nobody one way or the other. Now there's 14,000 cars a day that come down through there. So traffic has affected our infrastructure greatly, and truck traffic has really made a big difference. Heavy trucks damage roads quickly. We, as a company, we own lots and lots of trucks, but it's a fact of life, and that's the way it is. If you are going to utilize this bond for rebuilding roads, and it's none of my business whether you do or don't, but boy, you're not going to have another opportunity like this probably in some of your lifetimes to do it right. If you're going to chew up a road, you need to make that structure A, sound enough to hold and support the pavement for the traffic that it sees, and B, what's the #1 killer of roads everywhere is water. Water demolishes roads. It undermines the structure capacity to hold weight. It moves with the frost and the cold. And if you can make sure your ditching, your drainage, your culverts, and everything that's underneath that pavement, if you're going to rebuild roads, boy, do it right now, because this is your opportunity. Because the generations coming down the road, construction is not going to ever get cheaper. But maintaining the water, to me, is a key point in anything that we do. Water, water, water. And we teach a class just about water. That is a key factor. And maintaining that asset early with whatever it is, whether it's crack sealing, surface seals, and project selection, and really trying not to let that pavement get out into 10, 12, 15-year-old pavement with nothing done to it at all, trying to mitigate that train of thought. And that's difficult to do, like I said, because it's very counterintuitive to pave a road and step away and say, I'm all set for 20 years and go on to the next one. But I'm trying to show you that it doesn't work that way. It'll go faster than you can keep up. What's the next slide? Go ahead. Yep, we got 2 questions. That is it? Okay, so I'd like 2 questions.
Really relevant to the last speaker. Sorry, Tom Downing, Winterberry Lane. Excuse me. In terms of, if we think ahead, number one, thank you for presenting this because this is very informative, and thanks to the board. Thinking ahead and this warrant article passes, my concern is that, like all of us here, we really don't have necessarily experts on town roads. So I'd like to understand is what other towns have successfully done in terms of the process, the decision process on what gets fixed, when, how, are there guidelines, basic understanding of if this happens, then we make the decision to overlay. If we're at this stage, then we use crack seal. Can you talk about how towns have done that successfully? Because I could see this dropping in someone's hands and they have to make a decision, but not necessarily all the information. They have 100 other things to do. You do it by committee? How is it done where it's the least complicated? Thank you.
I don't have a ton of experience on that, but I'll tell you what I run into. So I see a multitude of things. I see the dollars are given to a public works director, and he sees where they go, where it's fit to move those dollars to, what roads, what streets, what avenues. I see CIP committees involved with the thing. I see towns pull in engineering firms to do a road study, like the SAIDS program out of UNH comes in and they do a whole asset management. They measure every single road you have and they evaluate it in quarter-mile sections and they say, this road you can do this road you can do that, this road you can't do this road you can't do that. Okay, so they do that. And then I know Benji has quite an extensive knowledge in the gravel and the base part of that stuff. I think he'd feel pretty happy with that. And then people coming in from the industry, and not just me, but from, I've done everything in the industry, but people specifically, your hot mix producers, your surface producers, your seal producers coming in and advising as well, and hope, that's a resource. But I don't have a lot of personal experience as to how bonding specifically is dealt with because I just don't have a lot to do with that. You had a question, sir.
Thank you for all your information. I wonder if we could hear what Benji's plans are, because I'm sure that he had a plan before he asked for $2.5 million. So if we could get more details that, in fact, relate to our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Eileen's right. We did comprise a plan together before we threw this out here to everyone. It really started at the CIP level. I presented to drastically increase my yearly budget for the roads, and was speaking with some of them, primarily Jack Dearborn. We came up with the idea of proposing 2 ideas. One being this bond, one to increase our yearly road budget. And overwhelmingly with the finance, the CIP, the Board of Selectmen, and everyone felt as a majority that the bond was the best way to go because we're buying product for 10 years from now at today's price. We're doing basically 10 years worth of work in the next 2 years. Oh, there we go. Now that thing's working better. So myself and Jack actually rode every paved road in the town of Weare, maintained paved roads, and we categorized them in 5 categories. Green being ones that are more or less new, red being ones that are completely junk and need to be rehabilitated at the $2.25 a mile, and 3 levels of what we picked as yellow. Y3s being almost reds, Y6s being in between red and green, and Y9 being almost green. And you might ask, well, how did you categorize them? They really was on my judgment of that. So the idea behind this bond is to bring almost all of the 6s back to green status, and some of the 3s that would warrant putting the money into them, and perhaps even doing a surface seal on a Y9 if there was money left. But And that would stop the deterioration of those middle line roads while we fix the roads that need to be completely rehabilitated. And I do have a list of those roads. It would take a long time to name them all off, but I do have all those roads listed out. And I couldn't tell you every road that we're going to do, because a difference of $5 per ton in the asphalt would be over 3 miles of road one way or the other that we could do with this bond money. So if the asphalt changes $10, then that would be almost 7 miles of road that we could do or couldn't do, depending on it. But I have a very preliminary list put together for that. So.
I got a comment on that, Benji. I think with what we're seeing with the oil industry and the crude oil prices stabilizing or even lower, that this could be another favorable year for paving, with prices being historically reasonable or low comparatively what we've seen. Like in 2008, we saw hot mix prices spike all the way up into the high 80s per ton, and now we're seeing stuff in the low 50s and high 50s or low 60s, mid 60, 62, $63 per ton. And like you said, I never mentioned that changing and fluctuation in pricing will drastically affect how that bond is spent and where it goes. And boy, if you've got years with low pricing, it will make a big difference.
Any other questions anyone would have for me?
Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. I think at a presentation you made, Benji, you indicated that the amount of sludge that they use to make this stuff is decreasing. And it's not the quality we had before where it lasted longer. Could you comment on that, please?
Sure, and I'll touch on that, maybe Bruce can. We could talk about this all day, and I know we want the meeting to move along, so we tried to shorten it up. But one thing that I learned by being in the business, I've been your public works, worked for your public works for 17 years, so I do know the town of Weare roads probably as good as anyone. But I learned from taking classes and working with paving companies, one of the reasons your asphalt doesn't last as long as it used to, is the amount of petroleum in it is far less than there used to be. They used to just draw out a little gasoline and a little bit of diesel fuel, and the rest they made asphalt with. Now they draw every petroleum product they can, suck out of that, and really all that's left is very little petroleum. Your liquid asphalt is the bottom of the barrel. After they've drawn everything else off, they've made every other petroleum product known to man. The garbage that's left over is what they make asphalt with. And there used to be more petroleum in that bottom of that barrel. Is that correct?
Hey, you were listening at the classes. Yeah. That pavement, that liquid asphalt cement at the bottom of the barrel is not as flexible as it used to be. And like Benji said, they're pulling stuff to make plastic and rubber, and so many other products are required of that gallon of crude oil nowadays, that the stuff that ends up there has really been beat up. So you're behind the gun because your pavement's, and the liquid, the glue, isn't what it used to be, 100%. There was another question here, yeah.
Matt Whitlock of Collins Landing Road. I think that this is fiscally prudent to do this. I love this presentation. I can't support it for one reason only, and it's because I don't know if the town will be willing to put the maintenance in each year after we do this. Like, let's say we make all our roads great again, it's going to be really hard to pass that $480,000 every year. It has to be every year after that, because people will say, oh, our roads are great, we don't need to maintain them now. So what I would want to see in this is putting that into the operating budget, so it's not a question every year anymore. It just has to be automatic.
I would love that too. But with you serving on the finance, you know how difficult it is to get those things through. Maybe someday before my career is over, that will happen. But we have to start somewhere, and I really felt a big push from the taxpayers this year, that wanting more done with your roads, and the only way we can do more is to have more money. Those maintenance issues ditching and those type of things that Bruce talked about, we do those every year. We have an excavator and graders, and we do our best. But you can only do so much. This is New England. But I do agree with you. I would like to have that 480 in the budget someday. I would hope that people wouldn't say that, because we're not going to pave every road. You're still going to have those red roads and stab roads that start to deteriorate that we need to fix. So. And your road reconstruction money, the 480 that's going to come up here in a few articles, everything gets drawn out of that, not just road reconstruction. Your gravel crushing for your dirt roads, your calcium chloride for your dirt roads, your culvert purchases for everywhere you put culverts, your glass crushing for the transfer station, which we've tried to put that in the budget for this year, but that has all come out of road reconstruction historically, so that money goes much further than just paving.
Please state your name and address, please.
John Van, Walker Road. Jumping ahead a little bit, how will, if this were to go through, Benji, I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
What would happen with Article 19? Would Article 19 be used specifically for, what would be the purpose of 19 if this bond were to be approved? And how would that affect that?
Feedback with the audio?
So we do the same thing that we do the same thing we have always done with road reconstruction. I don't know.
We have the audio.
So yeah, we do the same thing we've always done with our road reconstruction money, and that is the things I just listed to you. We would rebuild your terrible roads, gravel your dirt roads, calcium chloride your dirt roads, buy culverts, all those things. This is just a resurfacing article to try to get a jump on resurfacing.
Another thing you might want to keep in mind is increases.
So you're going to set yourself up, right? You're going to rebuild all these roads, and you're going to fund $480,000 every year. Like everything else, you've got to look ahead in the future, because there's going to be increases in everything, from the fuel that's used, the asphalt will increase, everything. So if you could get that mindset that to maintain that asset you just built, small increases to keep the status quo, would something to be considered as well. I wanted to be aware of that.
Thank you. I'm going to end the presentation at this point and move on to the article. And so I'd like the Finance Committee to address.
Jan has to weigh in.
Jan, sorry.
Hello? Okay. I just wanted to add that we did look into this and how much bond calcs, we got bond calcs to see how much this would actually cost. And the interest rate that it was based on was a 3.50%, which generally when they do give you a bond calc, the interest figure is higher than what they might give you because they don't want to lock into anything at this time. But to further that, Lori asked a very good question of me. I'm sure you saw her go over there. Because there's no tax impact on this bond issue for this year, the tax impact would be 39 cents per thousand for next year, which based on a $250,000 home would be about $97.50. Now, take into consideration that when you do a bond issue, the first year is always the highest. Each year after that, the principal of $250,000 will be reduced from the $2.5 million. So your interest will go down over the course of years. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Finance Committee, Lori?
Whoops. Stay. The Finance Committee recommends this article. Historical town road preservation funding levels have not been kept up with needs, and the town is falling further behind in maintaining its paved roads. It will take $7.5 million, this is a $2.5 million bond, plus our traditional roughly $500,000 annual appropriation for road maintenance, to bring town paved roads up to green condition over the next 10 years. The upfront money provided by this bond will enable the town to immediately attack deteriorating roads, putting off extensive and expensive reconstruction for perhaps a decade. It will also allow the town to avoid future cost increases due to inflation, including the fluctuating cost of crude petroleum. The committee believes these benefits far exceed the additional interest cost of the bonds, especially considering today's relatively low interest rates. Like Jan said, we had a meeting with the Board of Selectmen, and to reiterate, the first year it will be, not this year, there will be no tax impact. The following year, 2020, it will be a $97.50 impact on a $250,000 home. And as Jan said, this will decrease, but we wanted to make sure, the Board of Selectmen, everybody wanted to make sure that we did not mislead anybody in thinking that there is no cost to this.
Okay, can I ask a question, please?
Yes, sir.
Since most of the articles are based upon per thousand rates, can you tell me what, rather than 97 on 250?
Jan, that's you.
39 cents. Thank you. You gonna jiggle it? Thank you. Dick, could you turn this one up just a hair? How's that? Is that better? Yes. Good. Frank, you can come forward. State your name and address, please.
Frank Campana, Quaker Street. Two of my questions have been answered, but I'd like to further that. I had a hard time buying into an article where there's no length of time given for the bond. Usually when we sign on to bonds, there's, 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever. That's not indicated here. Maybe it's not as important. And then to address the zero tax impact, I understand that now, but how is word going to get out to people that, that there's no tax impact this year, obviously, but next year the figures that were just given, 39 cents. How are you going to make everybody aware of that? Because somebody like me knows that, a zero tax impact is not going to be true. Yes, for this year, but eventually it's going to come time to pay the piper. So what's the board's plan to make sure that everybody is aware that this is going to be an estimated, I'm looking at the board, but, don't be offended. So it's, you have to make people aware of what it's going to cost when the time comes. And what's the board's plan to do that? And do it, very specifically, I guess.
We can include it in the mailer that goes out to all the households.
You could include it in the mailer, but that doesn't mean that you will.
Well,
if you tell me you will include it in the mailer, I'm going to sit down. And the Finance Committee, they're approving, they're recommending an article with there's no length of time given and no indication of the tax impact when the time comes. So you get two committees, Board and Finance Committee, that, seem to discount what the cost will be.
I can almost assure you the Finance Committee is going to include it in there because I'm sure...
Well, you're not speaking for them. If they want to get up and say that, that's fine. They'll be on record.
I only spoke to the chairman about including it in the mailer. I haven't spoken to the rest of the board, so that's why I answered it the way I did. And I do think it's a great idea, so I mean...
So may I ask, Mr. Moderator, will you ask the board if they will include that information for for 2020? It's not a hard, to me, it's not a hard decision to make, I wouldn't think.
Thank you,
but
Frank. The board's position on this? A nod will do?
Okay, we have
Okay.
approval.
We
I
have
also,
the approval of the board.
I also will add, because I'm responsible for doing the write-up for the mailer for this particular warrant article, I will add that it's a 10-year bond.
10-year bond.
Right.
Okay. Lori?
Speaking for the Finance Committee, we have a meeting planned for Wednesday night at 7 o'clock. This has already been put on our docket. We knew earlier in the week that we were going to need to rewrite this and give more information, but as you saw with the meeting earlier, we had to get information from the Board of Selectmen before we did this, so we will be adding that information in, and it will go out in the mailer.
Thank you. Any others who wish to speak? Seeing none, we're going to move ahead. There are no amendments. Article 4. Oh, no, we don't. There are no changes, and therefore we'll move ahead.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we will not reconsider this motion, this amendment. We are restricting reconsideration. All those in favor, I'm sorry, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed? It is passed, not to reconsider. Article 4. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by the vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $6,116,300. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $6,023,554, which is the same as last year's, with certain adjustments required by previous actions of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numeral 10, and Roman numeral 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. The total expenditure would be, as I have read, and the total impact, tax impact, would be $3.73 if passed directly, and $3.62 if the default budget were adopted. And who's speaking to that? Jimmy? I'm sorry, Ricky.
I'll move it as read.
Thank you. Is there a second? There is. Who's speaking, Jimmy? Ricky.
So the operating budget this year is 1.4% higher than the default budget. It reflects current numbers of the cost to operate the town for 2019. The town has been on a default budget for some time, and it's still operating on budgetary lines that reflect costs from previous years. The department heads and the selectmen have trimmed the budget under Finance Committee recommendations and feel confident this will be an accurate budget to move forward with for the year 2019.
Thank you, Ricky. Finance Committee?
You were so quick, Ricky. Article 4. The Finance Committee recommends passing this article. The proposed budget of $6,116,300 budget represents a 1.4 increase, as Ricky said, over the 2018 operating budget. The default budget is $6,023,554 and is a 0.1% decrease. The town worked with the committee to bring its proposed budget down to a more affordable level. The committee believes the reduced proposed budget balances the needs of the town with what the taxpayers can afford in the current economic environment.
Thank you. Those wishing to speak to this article, please come forward. State your name and address.
Helene Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think that a lot of hard work has gone into this, and I appreciate it. But in the interest of transparency, there are a few things I'd like to mention. One is, it's true that the default budget compared to the proposed budget as we see it now is that 1.4% increase. But there's some things in the default budget that we need to be aware of that are amounts that are not needed this year. They include things like insurance, where the amount has gone down considerably, an auditor's expense, police body camera, and a part-time secretary for the police department. That comes to $107,000. So really, the increase in real money more than is needed, even though what they've done is absolutely legal, is $193,000. And I just think for transparency's sake, the public needs to know that. My second point is quite different. I just have a real problem with some town employees being treated one way and other town employees being treated another way. Their salary increase is in the budget, others have to stand alone on a warrant article. I think it behooves us as a town, and the select board specifically, to decide on one or the other, but not to make the difference in people serving the town. In our proposed budget, that's about, I think, $85,000 more than the default budget as it looks. $40,000 of that goes to increased salaries for some employees. And I just think that this is not a fair way to serve all of our people. Thank you.
So you're making a recommendation for that to be addressed by...
I am making a statement. I am just information.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak? Dick?
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Richard Buck, Old Town Road. I wonder if the board, I didn't hear much of a presentation in terms of what the differences are, what the increases are, what the benefits are for the proposed budget. When you're dealing with a budget of over $6 million, I think it deserves as much of an explanation as the road reconstruction presentation that was done earlier. But I would like to address the insurance line. On page 2 of the warrant, on the column labeled O, is insurance. From what I understand, this is a contractual obligation. The proposed budget is $476,812. That's what the cost of insurance is under that grouping, which include general liability, workman's comp, and unemployment's comp. Those are all contracted numbers, which means they're guaranteed numbers for the year. Yet when you look in the default budget, it's $568,809 for the same service, exactly the same service. The difference of $91,997. Could the board explain why that service, which is identical in the default and the proposed, is so different? And I'd like to know the reason. I know by law you're allowed to do it, but I'd like to know the reason why.
I can explain the reason why. I'm Laura Spector Morgan. I'm the town's attorney. There has been a recent amendment to the statute that defines the default budget. And that statute provides a specific formula, and it says it's the same as last year with certain adjustments. Insurance, as I understand it, is actually not a contract. And the statute specifically says you shall follow the formula regardless of whether it results in a higher default budget or a lower default budget. So while your Board of Selectmen in the past have traditionally put decreases from the proposed budget into the default budget, that is no longer legal.
Does that apply to anything on the warrant?
It applies just to the default budget. Yes, yes. Any reductions that are in the operating budget, those reductions don't go in the default budget
By law.
by law.
And the insurances are not contracted? Why then is the budget printout that's provided by the Board of Selectmen indicate that? Because it's indicated by an asterisk.
That I don't know, so I'm going to hand off the microphone.
I mean, we're welcome to shop anywhere we want to shop. The difficulty in shopping for insurance is we could end up in the other direction because they look at your last 5 years of track record, and ours isn't that great. So we stay where we are. But it's not really contractual because there is there's always somebody that wants to sell you insurance. So we're welcome to go anywhere we want for insurance, but at what cost? So we have stayed where we are. It was up and we're behaving ourselves and we're coming down, which that's why the default is what the last budget that was approved has that higher number. Each year we're performing a little bit better, therefore decreasing the number, but as Laura said, by law, the default budget was crafted exactly by law, and that's where we are.
I didn't realize that the law was revised to prevent that from happening. Sounds like government working against the taxpayers, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. Thanks.
Thank you.
Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. I would like more clarification on that from our attorney, simply because we met with the schools, we've gone through 2 deliberative sessions with them, and they have checked with their attorney, and they took those costs out. So I'm just curious, is there a rule that says the schools have to and the town doesn't? I'm just confused.
I don't know why the school did that, but I'm looking at the definition of default budget, which, as I said, was amended in this past year. And it is defined as the amount of the same appropriations as contained in the operating budget authorized for the previous year, reduced and increased as the case may be by debt service, contracts, and other obligations previously incurred or mandated by law, and reduced by one-time expenditures contained in the operating budget, and by salaries and benefits of positions that have been eliminated in the proposed budget. And then it goes on to say, in calculating the default budget amount, the governing body shall follow the statutory formula, which may result in a higher or lower amount than the proposed operating budget.
Yes.
John Yeskovich, 112 Rolling Hill Drive.
Thank you, John.
Speaking for the residents that are on a fixed income, I've been in this town for 10 years, and every year I've seen my tax rate increase. Is there any mechanism in the works to equalize the tax increase, decrease for a fixed resident?
You're asking for something to be addressed through the Board of Selectmen and brought to the governing body in the future.
Yes, sir, because it affects every tax
Right.
year that comes about.
If your recommendation will be brought forward, I think, to the board, and they will look into it for next year. This year, it's
Well,
set.
obviously.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this article?
Frank Campana. In addition to, well, let me, if you can rule me not appropriate, I figured this was the best place to bring this up at the start. I want you to keep in mind that the tax rate for the town last year went up. The overall tax rate went down 2 cents, but it had nothing to do with the Board of Selectmen. There were other factors. The town's rate went up 39 cents, and that was a 10%, people like percentage, that was a 10%. So they did not return money to reduce taxes. So they kind of a slap in the face to me anyway. But it's already been addressed about monies in the default budget that apparently have to be kept there, that we're not being, assessed for. And it was referred to the handout, line O. There's also more monies in there in the budget, which the folks do not have. But I do have them, and I have it highlighted, the lines. Anybody's welcome to look at it. That's a decrease. That issue is a decrease in the employees, in the health insurance contribution, both on the town's part and the employees' part. The town's portion is $43,378 decrease in the town's contribution to health insurance. That's also included in the default budget. So line O on this, and the decrease in the health insurance comes to $135,000 and a little bit more. So there's that amount of money that the town will have available, that the selectmen will have available to spend if you get the default budget. To me, and the default budget's already less, as indicated here by $92,000. So you add those couple together, and to me, there's no good reason to vote for the proposed budget. And if I may ask, with the town operating on a default budget for the past year, what did not get done? What was not accomplished?
Ricky?
I don't think anything as far as emergency services was compromised. I'll say that. But, you can ask any of the department heads if they wanted to move the department forward into 2019, 2018 and purchase one item above and beyond that they didn't have in their bottom line number, that they were concerned about another figure that might go over or come close to, they didn't purchase it. And or trainings could have been held because of it. Again, 365 days is a lot of things that may have been pushed aside. I can't name one particular myself, but I can't say that any emergency service was compromised under default budget, no.
Okay. Well, emergency services isn't the only thing. I mean, there's town office things too. I'll put this out for information. I know, in fact, I'm surprised I didn't hear, but I know the board instituted a budget freeze sometime in October, which is not a scary thing. Us people of moderate means, define moderate, whatever you want, dollar amount, we have to do a home budget. Things come up, say, well, we have to buy this, so we can't do that. So it's not a scary thing, and it's not anything to, throw out there, and you folks haven't. But the instituted a budget freeze, and this was December 17th of 18. It was surplus purchases for 18, and it totaled over $96,000 that freed up money for departments to buy things. The police department had 48, I'll use round numbers, please. The police department had $48,000 at their disposal. Highway department had $37,000. Fire department, 9. Town offices, quite a bit less, a couple of $100. And finance committee, a few $100. So, due to the budget freeze, which again is not a scary thing to do, you gave the departments $97,000. Now, I don't know, when you mentioned about to buy things, and I won't even suspect, I don't know that some of these items that were purchased were actually on the 2019 list to buy. It could have been. Certainly could have been. And I'll cite the police department specifically. There was quite a bit of money spent for part-time officers' things. Cameras, vests, tasers, pistols, and it says specifically PT officers. I can't imagine that those things haven't been in an operating budget over the years that we've had part-time officers, you know, budgeted for. So I can't support a proposed budget because you certainly will have money in a default budget, and I hope that people realize this. And one last thing, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, sir.
The two schools had their deliberative sessions, one last night, one, I think, Wednesday. And at this point in time, and again, these are estimated numbers, at this point in time, between the Weare School and John Stark and Weare's portion of John Stark, looking at a $487 tax increase on a $250,000 house. So that, you know, you folks, I don't know what, I'll probably ask towards the end of the meeting, or maybe it'll be said what the tax impact, estimated tax impact will be, you know, of Finance Committee recommendations or the board's recommendations. So we're already the starting gate is $487 on your home. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Lynn Kirk, again, Mount Dearborn Road. Again, just a point of information, the difference between the proposed and the default budget is roughly $86,000. As I mentioned before, wage increased in that proposed budget runs to about $40,000, and there are accrual bonuses that are in the proposed budget of just over $33,000. So roughly $73,000 of the $86,000 is going to specific personnel. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to the article? Seeing none,
John.
we'll move along.
John.
There's been no...
I just want to make a statement about what Mr. Campana said is, you know, we set the budget freeze in place under the recommendation of our finance department, and then we'll set the tax rate before we know what we're going to have at the end of the year. So we don't know. We run very conservative with our numbers to make sure that we don't run into the red. And that's why at the end of the year, when, you know, and what he said is correct. These items came forward as one-time purchases, and when they come forward, it's something they may have wanted for the past year, the past 2 years, past 3 years. But again, it makes their life at their department easier, and it may be a necessity. With that said, again, we set the tax rate before we know what we're going to have at the end of the fiscal year. So it's kind of it's we make our best guess, but we don't know exactly what we're going to have at the end. So again, the $97,000 that we came up that came at the end was from responsible department heads managing their money, and at the end, like I said, we just don't know what we're going to have. But I mean, I would rather be 97 on the plus than 97 on the bottom and trying to borrow somewhere. I mean, that's my own opinion, but.
Thank you.
Just to go along with what Frank said, there's contracts in the proposed budget, dispatch for one, the hauling for the trash. You have to do those two equal about $32,800 is the increase. The accruals, we have 2 retirees, so those $33,000 we have to pay out. But what we provided to the Finance Committee, and I guess I need to share, is from the 18 budget to the 19 proposed, there's certain increases that should have transferred over, meaning from payroll, meaning what you approved last year. There's contracts which are IT, dispatch, hauling, Avatar for your assessing, lawn care, auditor, That was an increase of $81,641. Salt stayed the same. Vehicle fuel, what's approved and what's proposed for 19 is $35,266. Electricity and heat is up $6,873. So that total increase from 18 to 19, right out of the gate, we were looking at $234,211. We worked with the Finance Committee and whittled it down, and your increase is only about $86,000 in the proposed budget, because we did take some look at some things, and so we only increased it by 86. So I just think you need to throw that out there as well. So there are things that will be shuffled around in default, $65,800 we have to pay, and just for those, the dispatch, 2 dispatches and the trash. Thank you.
I'm just going to make a bold statement, too. You know, this is the town deliberative session. I'm a taxpayer in this town, and I understand that I don't want to see my taxes go up either. But on the other side of it, too, is the schools are going up. I agree. I agree with Ms. Campana's statement about that, 100%. But this is the town side. If the plows don't go down the road to plow the snow off, the schools don't function during the winter. So, you know, everybody works hand in hand, and like I said, I agree and I understand that taxes are going up for the school, but please don't penalize the town and municipality for what the schools are doing. Thank you.
Yes.
Tom Downing, Winterberry Lane. I think I brought this up a few years ago, and I think there's a misconception about our town and the income of the residents. And I understand there's a lot of fixed income residents, but if you do a simple Google search and look at median income, the average median income of New Hampshire is $65,000. And last check, the median income of this town is close to $90,000. So we're not a poor town. But I do think, and someone made this earlier comment, that there should be some, and I like to propose it, there's some discussion about fixed income residents, and I specifically mean retirees, because I don't like my taxes going up either, but everything costs more money. I don't even care. It's hard to carry cash in your wallet because everything's so expensive, right? You got to use your debit card right now because you never have enough. Everything costs more, but incomes are up, unemployment's low, the job market's fantastic if you're looking for a job. Most folks are in an opportunity, if they haven't already, to make more money. The town is growing and we need more money for services, so I would ask the taxpayers to consider that. Everything goes up. Everything costs more as we get older. Nobody likes it. I don't like it at all. But at the end of the day, we have no choice. And so keeping the town budget the same every year is going to put us in the hole on everything. Thank you.
Yes. Question has been moved.
Oh.
Am I correct?
Okay.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Is there a second on that? Second. It's been moved. This gentleman here, you have not had an opportunity to speak, and according to my understanding of the procedures, all will have an opportunity to speak before I call the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. With regards to the last statement that was made, I want to say that yes, costs do go up, and most jobs tend to increase their pay. I know that retiree benefits usually have a cost of living adjustment, and so you know, obviously no one wants taxes to go up, but if taxes go up in step with the overall inflation rate, that's reasonable and doesn't increase the pain too much. But I do want to point out that in the 5 years I've been in town, taxes have gone up at the inflation rate or higher, I believe, every single year. And compounded, I don't have the exact figures, but I think my taxes are up 25 or 28%, maybe even 30% over that time. So when it's stated that we don't have a choice, we have to pay more, I would say we've already been paying more. You know, taxes have been climbing in real, not just nominal terms. So I do not accept that, you know, and we need yet another bump in taxes above and beyond the inflation rate. Thank you.
Sir, can you state your
name?
Sure. Travis Corcoran, Quaker Street.
Thank you very much, Travis. Seeing no other people wishing to speak and having no amendment or change in the article, we're going to move on to Article number 5.
Motion to restrict reconsideration.
There is a motion to restrict reconsideration. Second.
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, please raise your cards. All those opposed, thank you very much. Article 5, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $41,626 to be used for raises for non-union town and library personnel? If approved, this addition would become part of the annual budget. Tax impact 5 cents.
Move the question.
Got to ask for people to speak.
Oh, I'm speaking to the question, Mr. Moderator. The purpose of this article is to make salary and wage adjustments for non-union employees of the town and the library. The amount in this year's article was calculated by an across-the-board 3% increase. That's in keeping with what the union employees also get.
Okay, thank you. Finance Committee?
The Finance Committee recommends this article. It provides merit-based pay raises averaging 3% for non-union town and library employees. This represents a cost of living raise that is reasonable and appropriate in today's economy. The committee would note that this raise, if adopted, will be in addition to raises for Public Works employees in Article 6 and for firefighters in the operating budget.
Thank you. Those wishing to speak to the article? Dick? If you have an intention to speak to the article, please take and line up at the point of the blue tiles. I think that would expedite people speaking.
Green.
Okay, green.
The blue tiles right here.
Yellow. Those things beyond the red there. Thank you.
Richard Butt, Old Town Road. I noticed that the Finance Committee has stated that it's merit-based. It doesn't state that on the article, and I didn't hear it during the presentation. Is this a merit-based?
No, we didn't say merit-based, and we didn't
Oh, no,
base
the
it on
Finance
that.
Committee in their
Yeah,
recommendation
well,
said it's
that's-
merit-based.
Well, that's the Finance Committee.
Well, gee,
That wasn't us.
Oh. So last year's was a 3% across the board? 2%?
Last year's was 2%.
And everyone got 2%?
Except for...
Don't tell
everybody
it,
got
don't mention the name.
Except for those under the collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah,
They
of
had
course.
different. So this one is to keep them in track.
So you did away with the merit-based system?
Yep. This is just a straight across the board raise.
Thank you. Others wishing to speak? Seeing none, we're going to move Article 5 on.
Motion to reconstruct.
It's been moved and seconded to restrict reconsideration. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed, thank you very much. It is restricted. Article 6, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $26,793 to cover the cost of increasing hourly wages within the Department of Public Works by $1 for each employee. This represents wages, payroll taxes, and New Hampshire system contributions for 9 months. If approved, this addition would become part of the annual budget with an estimated annual cost of $35,704. Estimated tax impact of 3 cents. Those wishing to speak will be John Osborne.
I move the article as read.
Wish to speak, John?
Yeah, this increase would help in hiring and retaining good personnel for the DPW. Last year, we had several openings, and it took almost a year to finally fill them. With the competition between other towns and contractors that are out there, as was stated earlier, the unemployment's at a record low, so other towns around us, like New Boston, their starting pay is $2 higher than what we are. So if you're looking for a job, which town are you going to go to?
Thank you. Lori? Finance Committee?
The Finance Committee recommends this. We believe that the $1 an hour pay increase is necessary to and retain at a time when the economy is strong and our wage structure has fallen too far behind surrounding communities and the private sector.
Thank you. Those wishing to speak? Seeing no one wishes to speak?
Got one more, Mayor?
Okay, we do have someone who wishes to speak.
That's all I.
Who could that person be? I can't see that far. This end, Dick. Thank you, Dick.
Richard Butt, Old Town Road. I have an amendment
You have an amendment.
I'd like to make. I think I follow proper procedure.
You wish to speak to this, Dick?
Do you want to read it first? Or?
Okay. I have an amendment. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $26,793 to cover the cost of increasing the hourly wages within the departments of Public Works by $1 for each employee, and to increase the Public Works Director salary by $8,000. This represents wages,
payroll taxes.
Payroll, thank you. Payroll taxes and New Hampshire system contributions for 9 months. If approved, this addition would become part of the annual budget with an estimated annual cost of $46,364. And so you're inserting into this article and including the Director of Public Works salary and increasing it by $8,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The first number, the original number?
Are you proposing to increase the entire appropriation, or are you just adding in the...
Sorry, I can't hear you.
What?
I can't hear you.
Are you proposing to increase the total appropriation as well, or are you just adding in the $8,000?
The total appropriation would change as a result of the $8,000 being
Okay,
added.
that's not in your amendment, so that's why I think there was some confusion. So you would raise and appropriate a total of $34,793 instead of the $26,000?
I guess so. I mean, I identified I left the $26,793 in there for the $1 an hour increase for the employees, and added the $8,000 for the Public Works Director. And then at the last line indicates what the total would be for the entire annual budget. So I guess the total does change by the $8,000, so it'll be 34 something, I guess. But well, no, it's 26 and 8 would be 34,000 something. I know, that's for 9 months, right.
It should be 3/4 of 8,000 for 9 months.
No. The 8,000 is for 9 months. It's actually increased. The bottom line for the entire year is more than $8,000. It's $10,000, I believe.
Thank you. That figure is right, and this figure is now $34,793.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you.
So, the change in the warrant article, the town shall raise and appropriate the sum of $34,793 to cover the costs, blah, 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 for each employee, and to increase the Public Works Director's salary by $8,000. Is that correct? This represents wages, payroll taxes.
Well, I don't know if it is correct now, because the total, the 26 was changed to include the 8,000, and then the 8,000 is still in there. So I think maybe the 8,000 needs to come out, and this total is going to be $34,000 or something. Sorry for the confusion, but...
Okay, I just want to get this right so that
Yeah, I think...
I think we understand the idea behind what you want to do. I think that the numbers are going to have to be figured, though, obviously with payroll taxes, et cetera.
Right, but I just want to make sure it's worded correctly, because I don't want to make sure, I want to make sure that people that it's not 34,000 plus 8,000,
Okay.
right? Because that's the way it reads now.
No, you need to do the total appropriation, which is the 34,000.
Yeah.
And then that represents $1 per hour
Okay,
for the
I'm sorry,
employees,
you're right.
plus 8,000 for
Right.
9 months for the
Right.
director.
Okay, that's, okay. Thank you. So, I really don't have any documentation or statistical data to back up that the Public Works Director needs an increase of approximately $10,000 annually. However, there are other department heads that have received significant increases over the past year or two, upwards of $10,000. And looking at the responsibility that the Public Works Director has relative to the number of people, the impact that that department has on the community in whole, I think that there's a justification to that. And as far as I know, the Public Works Director has not received any increases outside of the annual 2 or 3 or 1% general increase. So,
Thank you.
And just so you know, what we're talking about up here is that total bottom number of what the
Yeah.
effect is going to be next year. We can't figure it out later and put it in there, so Beth's going to do an approximation, and it will have an approximate annual impact.
It states that now, I think.
Well, it says with...
Estimated, it
does
says
say
an estimated
estimated,
annual
yeah.
cost, yeah.
Okay, are we clear? Probably not.
Yeah.
But I understand the intent. The intent is to increase the Public Works Director's
Yeah, I don't
salary.
want to, and I don't want to jeopardize the dollar an hour increase for the employees. However, I think it's significant enough in terms of the contribution by the Public Works Director that it be included. I can't create a separate article, obviously, here today, just for the Public Works Director. Board of Selectmen has decided not to do anything relative to the wages for the Public Works Director. To me, this is my only opportunity to include it in the budget, in the warrant.
I understand.
Thank you.
So
Yeah.
are we clear as to the intent of the article? Is to
The intent of the
increase-
article in terms of the
is
dollar
to
amount.
increase the dollar salary amount of the Public Works Director by $8,000.
Right, approximately $10,000 on an annual basis.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Chris Haig, Abijah Bridge Road. Speaking for the Finance Committee, we did make note about the other raises and that DPW needs a raise. Now, speaking for myself, I'm not clear on how the language will read. I would assume before we vote on the amendment,
I will read it
you
again.
will give us something. The way I've always operated, we would like to do a wage survey and make sure that this is enough. I do agree with the intent of this. We have a very capable and underpaid director, but it might be a higher number. We don't know. And to do a responsible survey and propose an article next year and really go for it, I think would be a very good thing for this town. As we said, for retention purposes, and also I believe in paying people for the work they do. But I feel a little bit like this is not a realistic number yet, and maybe we would go higher. We need to know the basis for any number that we propose.
Thank you. Neil?
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. I agree with Chris. This is no way to raise salaries. We don't have any comparables. We haven't done our research. We don't even have the numbers to put in this article to make it accurate. There's a problem across the board in the salaries we're paying our department leaders. And we've done a piecemeal work in addressing that. It's time, I think, to look at it on an overall basis. We're getting a new police chief. And that's another opportunity to look at, another reason to take this opportunity to look across the board. So I would ask that this be defeated and the selectmen be given an opportunity to look at an across-the-board approach to some of the department leaders' salaries. I share the view that Dick and Chris have suggested that we do need to raise these, but let's do it in a rational basis and not just emotionally on the floor of the town deliberative session. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
Jack Dearborn, Gould Road. I'd like to speak emotionally about this, rather than practically. I think Benji, over the last year, my dealings with him in terms of coming up with this road reconstruction and other activities, certainly deserves higher than he's getting. I wholeheartedly support the 8,000. I also support reviewing other department heads that have been hired and may not have got, they may be warranted more than the regular raise each year. I used to have a running gun battle with human resources trying to retain and attract qualified high-performance talent. I used to say, you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. Not that Benji's a monkey, but I sure would like to keep him.
Thank you, Jack. Anyone not had an opportunity to speak yet? Lori?
Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. I agree with Mr. Kirk in that we do need to look at salaries and get some things straightened out. We do have some unusual highs and lows. But I think the Board of Selectmen needs to do their surveys and do it constructively and thoughtfully. I am very concerned by the new article that's being proposed because we do know we have problems getting people hired for the highway department. And I am afraid with the change that we are now making to raise taxes and make this a contest over this person got this, that person got that, that we are going to jeopardize the badly needed raises that we need for the highway people that we want to hire. And I would hate to see this article get tanked because we are overreaching.
Thank you. Tom?
I just think that we should take a minute to see what the total cost is, and probably the finance administrator could do that even while we're talking, so that the amount includes not only the salary increase, but whatever the retirement impact would be, retirement contributions, and also the FICA, anything else that would relate to it, so we have an accurate figure.
I have that information for you, Tom.
It was fast.
Well, Beth's been working on it. So the additional $8,000 for this year would result in additional taxes and contribution to the New Hampshire retirement system of about $1,570. So that would increase the total appropriation for the article to $36,363. And then for a full year of a $10,000 annual raise, that would result in taxes and contributions of about $1,800 for a total of $11,803. So that would change the last number, which is the estimated total annual cost, to $47,507. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, good.
Yes.
Matt Whitlock of Collins Landing Road. I know that amendments to amendments are not permitted, so I won't try that, but I will object to the wording as is written now. I think the article says we're going to raise the wages for the hourly employees by $1 an hour, and we're going to raise the salary for the director by $8,000, but that isn't right. Salary, when you say someone's salary, it's always annual. So what we need to say is, what is the salary, the annual salary being raised to, and then what will be the 9-month or whatever it is. And also 8,000 is not 3/4 of 10,000, so I don't know what that happened there.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Gary, oh, geez. I scared myself. Gary Hopper, Buxton School Road. I'm not going to speak directly to this, but more to process. And what I see is it's very disconcerting to me that we're raising somebody's salary at a deliberative session without going through the process. Because what could very easily happen is if this passes, is somebody in town says, hey, I want you to come and make an amendment. I want a $20,000 raise. They get enough of their friends in here. I know that's not happening now. I'm not questioning that. But in the future, if we do this way, it could be easily abused later on. So the process, I think, is wrong, and doing it right now is wrong. It should go through the process, in particular for a situation like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. I don't disagree with what everyone has said, but this raises a concern, at least my intent was, and that is that the Board of Selectmen basically has ignored, for whatever reason, a legitimate increase for the Public Works Director. They've not done any studies, and if you expect a study to be done, geez, I'd be surprised if they would be done one time. I don't think there's anything wrong with giving the Public Works Director an increase now. Let them do their study. Maybe 4 years from now we'll get the results of that study. But they should have done it previously. A Public Works Director, the largest department, most number of vehicles, in terms of the capital investment in the Highway Department is the largest. We have a new Public Works garage down there now. The number of personnel down there, significantly more than any other department. But they have not addressed, on their own, an increase for that person's position, for that salary. And, you know, he's kind of unassuming. He's not going to come in and demand it. But boy, you know, the best people, they're the ones that get overlooked. So I understand what everyone has said. I don't disagree with what everyone said in terms of we need to go through a process. But did you go through a process in the Board of Fire Wards when they gave a $10,000 a year increase to the fire chief, which we don't even have an opportunity to vote on it. We don't even have an opportunity to vote on it. I don't disagree with the amount of money. I'm not questioning that. A $1 an hour increase for the fire department was done without voter approval. It's in the operating budget. I don't disagree that they need it. I do disagree that the process is not being followed. The Board of Selectmen are inconsistent in how they apply those things. Very inconsistent. You have one department, works for the town of Weare, they do it one way. Another department works for the town of Weare, they do it a different way. I'm just highlighting an issue that the Board of Selectmen should have addressed a year ago, or this year. If the body wants to give accept the amendment, I think it would be a good gesture, and let the voters decide in March.
Thank you, Dick. Neil?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. Question for the town attorney. We were warned by this article that there was a proposal to raise the cost of hourly workers in the highway department. The proposed amendment talks about changing the salary of a person in the highway department. Is that a legal amendment, or does this exceed the scope of the article about which we were warned?
That's a good question. I believe it's legal because we're still talking about wages for that department's employees. I understand that what was warned was hourly wages and not salaried wages. I think it is subsumed within the subject matter, but I can't guarantee that a court would agree.
Tom Downing, Winterberry Lane. Number one, I'm obviously very concerned with the precedent that this would set. Although I agree with a lot of the concerns that Mr. Butt has, it just doesn't seem like this is the proper format or process. Sorry, closer. It doesn't seem like the proper process in order to do this. I'm sure Benji probably does deserve a raise, but my biggest concern is that we're talking about a $1 raise for the people that are lower in the food chain. And if you look at what happens in our government, they often stick things into bills, and they don't pass because of the stuff that comes along with it. So my biggest concern is that this would be, if you have this amendment, that this will be defeated, and the people that really the $1 makes more of a difference to in the immediate term, they'll lose out on that. Thank you.
This goes back to a comment I made earlier in the meeting with the disparity between people who get something in our proposed budget and people who have to work outside of that, and that the board needs to make a decision to have it one way or the other way. And I think what Mr. Butt has done is really brought it right up to the top, so that it needs to be one of the top priorities in the future.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Seeing none, I will reread the amendment. Neil, do you have an amendment to do it now? Secret ballot. Well, okay. Now, let me reread the amendment to the article.
John, can you speak out here?
A little closer.
Microphone?
Outside voice.
I'm going to reread the amendment to the article. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $36,363 to cover the cost of increasing the hourly wages within the Department of Public Works by $1 for each employee, and to increase the Public Works Director's salary by $8,000. This represents wages, payroll taxes, and New Hampshire system contributions for 9 months. If approved, this addition would become part of the annual budget with an estimated annual cost of $47,507. Are we clear? Okay, it has been requested that we have a secret ballot, and therefore we will do that. You will have okay. You guys set for secret ballot?
No, secret ballot. Everybody will just bring the card box that you got when you check you in, up for you, check it, and give you the paper, you can have some research, and you want to that.
Okay. Would everybody who checked in go up and give your voter card, present your voter card, and you will be given the proper ballot. We're going to try to do this in 15 minutes. So at the end, I've got to give time for people outside to come inside. So 30 minutes. Okay. The amendment, you're going to vote yes if you're in favor of the increase. You're going to vote no if you're not. The voting will end at 11:30. That's my goal. That's my goal. You think that would be an incentive for people to move, you know? Well, I'll be
I don't know who was responsible, but I assume it was maybe one of the I think your synopsis of Articles 7 and 8 of ours does a really good job of going through hours of testimony.
I am so proponent of
the worst one that's the thing, it's tough when you have, and I'm sure there'll be a challenge today, but when you have a complicated issue or an issue that has a lot of pieces to it, to make it digestible.
Jack.
So we have an opportunity to say no every year. It gives us some opportunity to improve some good cases and stuff. So we have a great example that I had the opportunity to bring up is it's county. Our prediction of 10:15 we had a call. It took us 24 minutes to get there. And that's just unacceptable. And so we're trying to address those things, some of the other management pieces of the program. But I think the blurb, the finance piece, did a nice job of stating as simply as possible what we're trying to do.
I'll tell you. I said something that like I heard what you said, and that was definitely my take, which is kind of similar, is look at what they may do. Other than that, something like because that's a one-time idea. But you could wait a you're going to want some input. So I'm biased because that's what we do. At the end of the day, this is not me. This is for
always go up. I think on average, it's about 5% a year.
Get your speaking voice on.
Yeah, and so one of the reasons why we're so low is we don't go to a lot of actions because of the self-reliance. A lot of increases in research, like we do in some of the other communities. Because even just adding, a call a day for that, it's setting us 1,200 beds. This model, if we get enough every night, we're forced to go to the closet. The only ones who go to the schools, that's the only
How's things? Is mic off? Is that mic
Because they had voted to have the police department, but the town under the statute, around laws related to taxation of the town. So in other words, if you register your car in no. Forget
heard you moved on. I'm sorry to hear that. I appreciate what you've done for the town. I'm sure everybody's told you. Oh, it's been fantastic. I think the people that you have, the way they treat people. I've been here 12 years. Yeah, I would really appreciate it. You know, nothing perfect. I hope people tell you. When are you here till?
A little bit.
Well, at least we got you for a little while longer.
A little longer. Get us through the budget.
Glad to hear. Thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't
Jack,
meet
how are
Monday
you?
night.
What's that?
Sorry, I couldn't meet Monday night.
It was a last minute thing.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
I'm I'm looking at Tuesday the 19th coming back.
You want me your wife, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's she doing?
She's had 2 surgeries since. So Friday the 15th is a big day for us. We go see the surgeon again, and he looks at the wound care, and hopefully we put her in a hard cast. If they put her in a hard cast, at least then the foot's protected from incidental bumps and stuff like that.
My advice to you is you can take all the time. Yeah.
Thanks, Jack.
That's why
Oh, this is on.
lot of them, honestly, a lot of
How are you guys doing? Doing all right. Good.
Well, that's it. Our girl.
And you got
They're both really smart kids. I know because I've seen this. We see it on the scenes. No, it doesn't. Mine's 14 or 16. I had someone warn me when this girl's in not a lot, slow down. Just slow down a little. So when I play soccer, I have younger guys that want to play soccer. Well, early on, I definitely Oh, okay, because I saw her. Oh, yeah. I missed the she burns it. I think of this too. Every time I come to our house, Elizabeth, she's like, I'm not getting sick, I'm not getting sick. Sworn she got the cold sweats, and she did a top, because I'm sore. I'm sore. She had soccer next day. So she thinks it's soccer. She got the you probably sleep too. You don't, rest of it Taking that, it works. And I never remember. You ever taken that? I get it. And they tell you I didn't know it. And I had went to So I have a simulation. So our software part is a simulation. Simulation. We have a simulation of the flow of air if someone sneezes on an airplane. It goes up 4 rows in a circle. Put that in. Patterns are incredible. I was like, that's gross. But you know what? Because I didn't have an exposure. I can kind of look at people's sides. That's funny. I heard somebody wrote my buddy told something else. That's crazy. And I like the commercial they did. He didn't win, but he dumped it. Holy crap, right? Right, though. So I go around saying, I'm Native American. So you're going to get in trouble when I say, yeah, we both were. Right on.
Well, but you might be rich.
So what are you up to? I see you were selling all your property stuff. Oh, just so far, just trying to and run something in the building. So what are you going to do with the ice cream?
You did a really good description for
So you're just practicing getting your name on a paycheck.
I don't think we have enough people that come out, including myself.
I know. So that's fantastic.
Everybody's got stuff going on. I skipped the hockey tournament. I can't come home. I wouldn't normally do it. I finally decided.
She said, oh, it's highly stressful and you don't get money. I said, highly stressful and no money. That sounds like a great job. Exactly.
Good. How are you?
I talk a lot. I came like 3-4 years ago. And it was so absurd, it scared the crap out of me. This guy. And I was like, it doesn't seem like the right time to do this. I think I talked to Zach and this Dick. I agree with his points. They make really good points. It's just figuring out how much
I would say the same thing.
But anybody can basically.
You handled it well. You did very well. It was kind of the crowd.
There's a lot less stuff though.
Okay, the vote is closed. And now we'll do the count. You don't need to stop talking, just they're gonna...
Yeah.
Even though in the past it
Again, we put it on the
Okay, I have the tally. The amendment to Article 6. 38 yeses and 50 noes. The article amendment fails. We go back to the original article, Article 6, and I'll read it again so that you're clear as to what we're voting on or discussing. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $26,793 to cover the cost of increasing the hourly wages within the Department of Public Works by $1 for each employee? This represents wages, payroll taxes, and New Hampshire system contributions for 9 months. If approved, this addition would become part of the annual budget with an estimated annual cost of $35,704 and an estimated tax increase or impact of 3 cents. Those wishing to speak to the article? Seeing no one, it moves on. There's a motion to restrict reconsideration. It's been seconded. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Okay, that's approved. Those who are opposed, please raise your cards. Thank you. Article 7. The moderator, by the way, just for those people who are interested, and most of you probably aren't, the reason why the moderator chose to put a time limit of 30 minutes on that is to allow people who are watching this on television outside the room to come in and vote. And that's my choice. Thank you very much. Of course, you can always say, don't do that again, John. And shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $99,576 to hire 2 full-time firefighters / EMTs? This represents the wages, taxes, and benefits for 6 months and certain one-time expenses. If this article is approved, the wage line for the department EMT firefighters will be reduced by $39,312 and will become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $171,152 with an estimated tax impact of 7 cents.
Move the question as read, Mr. Moderator, and recognize Chief Vicina to speak to this.
Thank you. And, well, let's get a second on that.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'm not sure. I've lost my process of how to do this. Does the Finance Committee speak now?
First, they explain the article.
That's what I
then
thought.
I go up and say what we do.
Thank you.
Good morning. It's like The Price is Right. Good morning. This article is fairly straightforward.
Bob Louder.
This article is fairly straightforward. We're looking to hire 2 full-time firefighter EMTs and to augment our existing force and to replace some of our existing force, which is the per diem program. There is a give back of $39,312 to help offset that amount. And I think it might be easier to, if people have questions, to answer questions. But I will just give a couple of things first. So some of the, this article and the next article are related slightly. They're independent of each other, but they're also related. It's kind of like a Venn diagram. They are separate, but there is some overlap in that. And what we, the reason why we're here with a full-time staffing plan is because we are experiencing growth. And we're experiencing growth in what's demanded of us for service, and we're experiencing a difficulty in trying to address those issues and looking at the future where we see that those demands are going to exceed our ability to use this model going forward. And so in an effort to address those future needs is to start building towards a solution. And in keeping with the theme of today, kind of a road. We're trying to build a road or a map forward. And so this is a piece of that puzzle. What many people may know already is that we have we started this process back in 2010 when the town had a crisis in the fire rescue department in trying to answer calls for service. It had gotten so bad that other communities that were coming in and doing our work complained, and they said the other communities that they weren't going to do that anymore. That led really to a last-minute warrant article to address that, and that's where the initial daytime coverage came from. That program, which has really been invaluable for this community, has been expanded so that what was originally 5 days a week, the weekdays, became weekend day coverage as well, and has expanded into the nighttime hours. Again, all trying to kind of play whack-a-mole as to where we have an issue and trying to knock that issue down with very carefully placed financial resources. And where we see the next one is in the nighttime coverage piece, which is from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. That's the time where we don't have anybody in the fire station. We have gone back to the volunteer or the call force response piece. The paid staff coverage, which is again the per diem piece, has worked out very well. However, it does come with some of its own issues. Some of those issues are written way back here. Some of those issues are related to supervision. Some of those issues are related to commitment to schedule, because again, those are not our employees necessarily. They're people that come from other communities to work for us at a part-time basis. We have the number of hours that we're working. Some of those people have some people actually hit overtime because we don't have enough of those people. They're not available for callback. If we have a call at 10:30 at night, they've already gone home to whatever community they're from, and they're not available to respond to additional calls. And there's also the issue of recruitment and retention. Just this past week, our schedule was full of employees, which was great. It's kind of a continual sine wave, and just this past week we lost 2 of those employees because they were hired full-time in another community. So now we're back into the market of trying to find replacement personnel for them. And so we're competing with all the other towns that are doing per diem employees. So we're competing with Henniker and Deering. I believe Goffstown's still using some. New Boston has a program. We're competing. Our biggest competition is hospitals because they're looking at paramedics and they're looking at advanced EMTs, and they're paying a fairly attractive rate, and they're gobbling up those employees before we're able to get them. So to address some of those issues and to better position us for taking care of the nighttime piece and also preparing us for the future, which is within 5 years, the model we're in, I predict we're not going to be able to use this model in 5 years from now, is to start incrementally adding staff to get to where we can provide the services, that are being asked for us. Anytime you add full-time people, obviously it costs money. I'm acutely aware of that. And I believe looking at what our needs are, what our solution has been presented, this is part of that solution where we're adding 2 full-time staff. I believe it to be the most economical way forward and to prepare us for the future. I think I got yours too. Yeah. Or Chuck.
No, that's yours. Okay, Finance Committee?
The Finance Committee recommends this article. With so many of our residents working out of town, Weare lacks sufficient reliable on-call and per diem firefighter EMTs to provide around-the-clock coverage. This results in a daytime scheduling difficulty and dramatically longer response times in the evening and night shifts. These 2 new full-time positions represent a first step in dealing with the daytime issues. The Fire Chief and Board of Fire Wards indicated we are in a position of transitioning to a hybrid department which would combine an increased number of full-time EMT firefighter positions complemented with per diem and on-call personnel.
Thank you. Questions?
Sorry, no.
If you
Tom-
wish to speak, I would like you to go to the bottom of this green tiles, please.
Do I have to back up to the green first?
Good, thank you.
Tom Downing, Winterberry Lane. So first of all, I've had a few incidents at my house because I have children and that's just the way it goes. Both of which are in the evening, one in the middle of the night, and both of which I'm very thankful for. But one incident was a choking incident with my daughter. And the EMTs were wonderful. But I live on Holly Hill, on Winterberry, and fire station's 5 minutes away. And if you're driving too fast, it's a little less than that. It took them about 20 minutes to get there, so that tells me that in those nighttime scenarios, we don't have the right people in the right places. We were fortunate. It wasn't a complete choking scenario. It was a little scary. So, I'm in favor of the proper staffing. And for Mr. Moderator, what I'd like to understand is if there are any rough projections. The Chief talked about 5 years and the need to ramp up. I'm in full favor of ramping up rather than waiting 5 years where we don't have enough and we're in a crisis scenario. And I know that we're asking for 2. So I'd just like to understand, what does this look like in theory based on projections in 5 years? How many people are we going to ultimately need to hire? And to get an understanding of what they're asking for today to hire.
Okay,
Thank you.
Chief?
So the model that we're operating in, which I think from a numbers perspective, it's the model that we're in currently, I think is a very viable option for the foreseeable future, and that puts 2 people in the station going forward. We're not looking to be at 3 or 4 personnel. So the build out of this is to add 2 people at a time, over time, to get to 8. That's the goal. That's where I see we could comfortably operate at 8 long after I'm gone, for sure. And just to kind of add a little bit to what you were talking about. as far as response times, and I think that this kind of sums up the one of the issues that we're trying to get at is that first and foremost, we wouldn't even be here having this discussion if it weren't for the staff that we have now, the call people, the volunteers, whatever label you want to put on it. They are making this program work, and we're balancing that on the backs of on a very few people, especially on the times of days that we're talking about. And my concern as an administrator of an emergency services is we don't want to fail. We don't want to fail you. We don't want to fail ourselves. And we don't want to see you spending money for something that doesn't really exist. And so I kind of like to use the analogy of the roads, which is, let's not wait until they completely fail and say, okay, well, now it's time to rebuild it because it's going to cost more money and we're going to lose all the good work that we've done over the years to try to recreate or to try to stand up a new department. That's obviously going to cost more money, and it's going to come at the catastrophe of some event. So we're trying to ramp that up. The short answer is we're looking at 8 over time. This article commits you to 2 people, and that's it. It doesn't commit you to any future years. However, to get the best bang for your buck going forward is yes, we'll be back in the future to add some people to that. But as an example to what you were just saying is, and I think illustrates my point to some degree, is that we staff from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. We have people in the fire station ready to respond. At 10:15 on this particular incident, at 10:15, 15 minutes after that, those people left, who are not our employees. We hire them out from another community. They went home. At 10:15, we had a call, and that call was for one of those life-altering events where someone was having a heart attack, a serious heart attack. And what would have been a travel time from the station to Buckley Road, which is over there somewhere, on the top of Flanders Memorial, it was 24 minutes to get an ambulance there. And that is just totally unacceptable for 2019. So, long-winded answer, I'm sorry, but great question.
Neil?
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. So, Chief, I guess, Mr. Moderator, I take it that at the end of the 4 years, if we were to go along with this, we would be spending approximately an additional $680,000 a year, 8 folks at $85,000, which I think was your number. In the first year, there's the offset that's mentioned in the article, but each year after that, there's no longer the offset, and therefore, this is the amount that we'd have to pay. Is that correct, 8 people at roughly $680,000 additional dollars when they're fully employed? That's the plan.
That's the plan. The timeline is really what's acceptable to the taxpayer in this process. Sorry. So the total build-out, and again, however long that takes you to get there, as a community, is that 684. And that 684 in current dollars, because we're going to offset that with the money that's in the per diem program now, right? As full-time staff come on, we're going to see a reduction in budget reductions in the programs that we're doing now to fill those jobs. Those offsets all come out, which are, I think currently, off the top of your head, it's about 280,000-ish, I think, in the per diem program, somewhere in there. And so that translates to I use $277,000 for the average home in Weare, and so that's about $207 a year, total build out for 8 people.
Thank you.
Or 57 cents a day, which I was going to bring an illustration of what does 57 cents a day look like. It's hard to find something that costs 57 cents. Candy bar, cup of coffee, newspaper, they were all more than that. So, again, this article only commits you to the 2 people this year. Future years, we'll go through this process again.
Frank Campana. A couple of questions. First, not a question. I'd like to thank the board for a number of these articles that pertain to personnel and indicating what the full 12 months will cost. That's something that's always been missing, I think always been missing. So it saves me a lot of aggravation in offering amendments. So I hope it's a practice that even as the board may change, I hope it's a practice that will stay there. Certainly a number of people need to know. One question, I guess in relation to regards to the last speaker, it didn't dawn on me. The $39,000, that's a one-time, look at the moderator, that's a one-time offset?
Reduction?
Reduction, offset. Is that what I understand? I didn't realize through all the meetings that I had been to. The $39,000?
Yeah, so the $39,000 would come out of the operating budget and would be out of the future budgets going forward.
So that's...
So you'd have that reduction in 2019's operating budget,
okay.
which would continue on forward.
Okay.
I hesitate to say would be part of the default budget because
well,
I believe it would be, but
okay.
I don't know.
So then it's not a one-time
Correct.
number.
We would be reducing the operating budget by $39,312.
Okay. And my other question, and you'll recall I asked, it's not only personnel in this article, but and it certainly sounds like you've figured it out, long range and done the homework, but what effect does this have on operating costs? And when I say operating costs, I guess your term is turnout gear, they're going to have uniforms, they're going to have training, they're going to, maybe use the ambulance a few extra times to go somewhere that are not on calls. So there's wear and tear there's fuel. I guess the list is a little bit longer. So what would be the estimate of operating costs?
So in the $99,000 year one cost, we looked at wages. We included a small amount in the overtime piece because that's a wage and hour issue. There are some benefit pieces to that. There's that are included in the personnel policy. Worst case scenario is the family health care plan, Medicare, FICA, retirement system. We have the protective clothing. That's a one-time cost, so that wouldn't be going forward. The expenses related to actually hiring someone, which are the physicals, immunizations, background checks, those sort of things, again, a one-time cost. Uniforms and other ancillary items of getting that person on board. For those 2 people, the one-time costs are $14,000. So the annual recurring costs that are included in this article, so we're talking 6 months cost, is $85,576, and that's why when you annualize that in 2020, that number's 171 rather than 99 times 2.
Okay, I appreciate that. And another question, and it may be out of order at this particular time, but you're looking towards the 24-hour coverage, and what changes, and I won't ask costs, because there will be costs, but what changes in the building need to be done to accommodate that? 'Cause, we know, well, at least I think from the get-go, that building was not designed for 24-hour people. So something's going to have to be changed there. New building, addition, you know. If you'd care to broach that, and Mr. Moderator, if you think it's applicable.
It's outside the scope of this article.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, John Lawton, Oak Hill. I just want to make a point here, and I do appreciate you putting the total amount of 171 in there for annual, but the tax rate shown here is, I just want to point out, is only for the 6 months. The annual tax rate increase is going to be 15 cents and change, so 15.2, I believe, based on this year's evaluation. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you.
Tom Clough, Concord Stage Road. I'd just like to speak in support of this article. When Chief Fazina presented to the Finance Committee, it was a very thorough presentation of the needs of the department, the shortcomings under the present system, and why that we had to move toward some full-time employees in order to plug that gap and provide the safety services that we needed. So I certainly, myself, 100% behind this article.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this article? Seeing that there are no changes to the article, we will move ahead. There is a move to restrict this article from reconsideration, and it has been seconded. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration? All those opposed? Thank you very much. Article 8. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $32,160, representing both wages and taxes for 9 months, to increase the call force wage line for costs associated with standby pay. It is, if this article is approved, this addition would become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $42,880. The tax impact is estimated at 4 cents. And it is 8.
Mr. Moderator, make a motion for an amendment.
Thank you. The amendment to this article is as follows. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $32,160, representing both wages and taxes for 9 months, to increase the fire department call force wage line for costs associated with standby pay. If this article is approved, this addition would become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated cost of $42,880. The amendment is inserting the fire department. Do I have a motion on this? It is moved, and it's seconded. You want to speak to that?
I will defer again to Chief Fazina for this item.
As I stated in the discussion of the previous article, this is somewhat related to the last piece. So one of the issues that we have is ultimately it's response time, but it's also in trying to ensure that we have people committed I guess would be the best word, to responding to calls in those call force hours, which again is from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. It represents about 21% of the calls that we have, and quite honestly, they're nearly all of an emergent nature, which is to say that nearly all of them are of a medical nature of some sort, and whether that's an ordinary medical in the earlier hours or throughout the whole time period, or what we see a lot of in the morning is we see a lot of motor vehicle accidents. And so what we're doing is we're balancing that time period, the responses of that time period. We try to spread it out throughout the department, but as people get closer to when they need to get up and go to work, typically in another community, we are balancing those responses on the backs of 4 or 5 individuals. And when one of those individuals goes on vacation or has a cold, we certainly notice that they're not available. And so what this is attempting to do is to secure those responses ahead of time by providing standby pay. And the way that the program is designed to work is for every 4 hours of standby pay, for 4 hours of coverage, that employee would receive 1 hour of their hourly rate in compensation for that. And so just a simple math equation of how we got to that number.
Questions concerning this article? Let's do Finance Committee, just because I feel like it.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends this article. Currently, our fire stations are not manned between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. On-call firefighter EMTs, who are scheduled to be available during these hours, are not paid unless they respond to the incident. As a result, it is increasingly difficult to fill the schedule. This article provides for an hour of pay for each 4 hours one is on call, compensating individuals for the sacrifices in lifestyle they make in order to be available. The committee believes that this is fair and just and is likely to alleviate filling the schedule and provide greater safety to the town residents.
Thank you.
Frank Campana. Mr. Lawton spoke, and I don't know if it's possible, not in the article, but you were going to write up a mailer, and my message goes to the Finance Committee also. For these 7 articles that deal with personnel and annual costs, would it be possible to indicate, Mr. Lawton said 15 cents for the, well, let me do this article. I had estimated that it was 5 cents tax impact for the full 12 months, and I used today's net assessed valuation. So would it be possible to indicate to the voters what the tax impact using today's net assessed valuation, what that tax impact would be? Like I say, in the mailer.
Thank you.
Again, as a long range, so people can kind of fix their budget. Because it is misleading, and I'm not accusing, but it is misleading. The 7 cents does not apply to, well, it applies to today's number, today's net assessed valuation. But I'd like the board to consider, highlighting that. Could probably be done in a sentence maybe, and as well as the Finance Committee. Thanks.
Thank you.
Tom Downing, Winterberry Lane. I'm just looking for a little bit of clarification. So when we talk about this article, what I'd like to understand is what the problem at hand is. Is the problem the actual scheduling of the on-call folks? Or is the problem with having enough people that actually respond that are volunteers now? And if this passes, does this ensure or guarantee that the people that are receiving this pay respond 100%? Thank you.
I was hoping that I could go yes, yes, no, but, so this money does lock in those responders that they would be available. We do not have enough responders, certainly as we get into further we get away from midnight or the closer to 7 is those number of responders diminish greatly. And so what we're trying to do is secure available people with some compensation. So in going to, I think it was Neil's question from the last one was, this is also money that is available to come back out of the budget as we get into more coverage in later years, whenever that happens to be. This is money that is being used, again, my road analogy, kind of fixing some potholes to get us to where we're in a different model so that we have people there 24 hours a day. And then this money can come back up. This is a Band-Aid, a temporary fix, a bridge, stuff they put in a hot box to fill potholes, you know. We're trying to you know, patch some of those cracks in the system until we can get to a different model that works much better for the community.
Any other comments about the amendment? Okay, I'm going to read the amendment again. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $32,160, representing both wages and taxes for 9 months, to increase the fire department call force wage line for costs associated with standby pay? If this article is approved, this addition would become part of the annual budget with an estimated cost of $42,880. The word fire department is inserted into this amendment so that it is clear, I hope. I don't see any other comments and people waiting to speak, so we will move on to the vote. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Seeing that the vote was in positive, this amendment passes. Okay, moving on to Article 9. There's a motion to reconsider? There's a motion to Oh, you want to vote on the article?
Yep.
What's that? We haven't been doing that in the past. We've been voting on the amendment. It's going to be put on as read as the amendment was read. Okay? It has been moved that we will not reconsider this motion. All those in favor, I get a second. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed? Thank you. Moving on now to Article 9. The town shall raise and appropriate the sum of $6,046 to increase the hourly wage and number of hours for an annual animal control officer. For an animal control officer. This represents wages and payroll taxes for 6 months. If approved, this addition would become part of an annual budget with an estimated annual cost of $15,115, an estimated tax impact of 1 cent. Who's speaking?
I'm speaking to it.
Okay,
I'm going to move this article and ask that Chief Kelly speak to this.
Okey-doke. Thank you. It's been seconded.
Thank you. I'm Sean Kelly, and I'm your Chief of Police, and we have been, historically, my understanding is that the town has had an animal control officer for a number of years, and we have been without for now about a year, almost a year and a half. And we have been through 3 hiring cycles in an effort to refill this position without any luck. And a significant factor that we are getting feedback on is the wages that we offer, particularly when compared to the per diem, unpredictable schedule. It's not like we can say that we're looking for an animal control officer between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. Monday through Friday, and this is the wage. It's right now it's $11 and some change, and the animal control officer is in essence on call almost continuously and unpredictably. So the dollar amount that we have suggested here would increase the wages nearly $4 an hour, and it is less still $1 or so less than the regional average for animal control officers. Frankly, we're hopeful that this will enable us to attract a per diem animal control officer to the town.
Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee recommends this article. Currently, Weare does not have an animal control officer, as no one has come forward to work at the rate we pay. As a result, police officers must respond to many calls about loose animals, resulting in less than ideal use of their time. The committee supports this article because the relatively small additional cost here will allow our police officers to return to their other more important functions.
Thank you. Those wishing to speak to this article, step forward.
Clarence Gardner from John Connor Road. I'm wondering, when it says we currently don't have one because we're not paying enough, does that indicate that in the past money has been appropriated and is sitting in an account somewhere that this is going to add to?
Okay, question.
Money that is appropriated in a given year but not spent lapses, so it's not sitting anywhere. It just goes into the general fund and hangs out there.
Okay, thank you.
Good question, thank you. Others wishing to speak to the article? Seeing none, the article will appear on the ballot. It has been moved to restrict reconsideration. It's been seconded. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards. All those opposed? Moving on. Article number 10, 9, 8, 7, 10. I was right. Okay. Article 10, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $39,964 to hire a school resource officer? Of the $39,964, the sum of $19,075 will be received from the school districts. This represents wages, taxes, and benefits for 6 months and certain one-time expenses. If approved, the addition would become part of the annual budget with an estimated annual cost of $85,060. Warrant articles regarding the school resource officers must pass in both the school districts and the town in order to be approved. And yes, Jack.
Yeah, this article is for having an additional officer to be the school resource officer, and I will speak to some of it, and then Chief Kelly can. I find this personally is a very important article for our future citizens of this town, for the kids that are there. In going there, there's been incidents at the school where if a school resource officer had been available, some of the stuff might have been thwarted before it got to the point where we've had in the past 2 years And it's always been after deliberative session that they've had incidents at the school where the school was, one incident was shut down for a few days because of threats, and that was at the high school, and another one that initiated here and ended up at the high school. This is something that also with the activities going on at these schools and having kids involved in the school district, I find it very, very important, and it hits close to home. And it's going to a seminar the other night at the high school dealing with 8th graders going to the high school. The principal, the acting principal himself came out and said that the drug increase with this vaping and stuff that's going on up there is completely out of control. It's a pervasive culture right now that's in the school, and they are having constant incidents where people are being involved in this and are either being dealt with by the police, or at times they've been taken for medical issues. And I think that this is something, instead of being short-sighted, we should be looking out for the future of our children, and that this is something that's very important, and having somebody there available at the schools may thwart some of these incidents that go on a daily basis. And now I'll turn it over to the chief.
Thank you. Can I get a second on this article, please? Thank you.
Jack's a tough act to follow on that. You're certainly not going to hear any argument from me that there is a pervasive need for a school resource officer. I would like to share with you, however, that over the course of now 4 years, the number of times that I have been asked, well, how did an incident like that happen at the school? Where was the school resource officer? There's already a belief or understanding that there is a school resource officer at the schools. And clearly this is not the case. For many of you, I'm repeating a story again. It's a story that has impacted me personally relative to why a school resource officer, if you attended some of the other deliberative sessions, you may have heard it referred to as a student resource officer, and I agree with that. This is absolutely a resource for our students. So let me share this personal story of mine, which kind of goes toward explaining my passion, my desire for this position to be filled. So some years ago, when I was in a former life, one of my subordinate officers was a school resource officer in the community that I policed before I came to Weare. And one day, my officer was working on the playground. Recess ended. This was at the middle school. Recess ended, and as the students were all coming into the school, the officer noticed that one of the students stayed kind of on the back of the playground and was not coming in. So he ambled on out there and met with this student. It's worth noting that the officer had been the school resource officer in both the middle school and the high school for a couple of years. And in talking with this student and bringing the student back towards the school, the boy revealed that his father had been raping him for several years. And subsequently, the officer, because of his training and experience both as a police officer and resource for the schools, was able to provide services for this young boy that may otherwise not have been available. And I say that because the officer had built a level of trust with these students to the degree that this young boy came forward and told a police officer that he had been raped by his father. I argue and have argued for years that if that resource officer did not positively impact any other student in the years that he served in that capacity, every dime that the community paid for that officer was worth it. Fortunately, that officer had the positive impact on dozens, hundreds of students over his period of service, and I am very proud to know that officer, and I would hope that this community would recognize the value of the faith, the trust building that goes on between youths and the police department. Now, furthering that thought, I don't know if you've noticed, but over the last 4.5 years, we've made tremendous changes here at the Weare Police Department. 4.5 years ago, in a town meeting that wasn't regularly scheduled, we were having a similar conversation under emergency conditions. And I told you at the time that I believed that we would be capable as an organization, as part of your town, of immediate and significant changes as a police department. And we have done that. I also told you at that time that I didn't believe that there would be 100% buy-in for those changes for a generation or more. I continue to believe that today, though we have made enormous strides, and the men and women of the Weare Police Department are first rate today. Having our youths engage with police in an environment where they are building faith and trust moves that generational effort forward. And I hope that you will consider this as this is not a security guard. This is not an armed security guard. You want an armed security guard in your schools, you can hire a company for a lot less money than you're paying your police department, but you will not get the level of service that you will get out of a professional police officer working in an environment where they are a resource building faith and trust with your students. Thank you.
Thank you. Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee does not recommend this article. This article appears in all 3 warrants this year, town and both schools. For the article to be adopted, a majority of voters in each district must support it. The SRO would be a member of the Weare Police Department and would split his or her time among the 3 paying entities, Weare Schools and John Stark during the school year, and the town of Weare during the times the schools are not in session. The SRO is not there primarily to provide protection to students against violence incidents unless they happen to occur while the officer is at the specific school at the time. The committee is concerned that the position duplicates functions already supported by school staff, may require a cruiser, and may take an officer from our existing police force, as the police union contract provides a preference in hiring from within. The committee believes that higher priority must be given to other town and school needs.
Thank you. Those wishing to speak, please come forward.
I'm Rosemary Gilman. I live on Old Town Road, and I also work at John Stark. I was there when we had the threats. I was off and not paid for part of that time. That's not really the issue. The issue is having the SRO officer. The SRO officers that we had when I was there, when I was first hired, were fabulous people. They made great contributions to student life, as well as the criminal justice class. They were not just there in case something happened, although something did happen in the cafeteria one day, and the SRO officer saved that child's life. Another time they broke up a fight, and I was amazed at how fast. I personally felt much safer having those people coming through the building, wandering in their time there, and visiting with students, and I would love to see it again. It was more valuable than worrying about the gun on their hip. It was more valuable than you can imagine. The things that the students were able to tell them were stopped other kids from getting into more trouble. Please consider that.
Thank you.
Gary Hopper, Buxton School Road. I just have a question. Is there any, because I agree with the concept that the police in an environment like that, getting to know the children is a really good idea, so that they're getting to meet them in positive environments instead of the only interaction children might have is later on when they're getting in trouble. My question is, what precludes the police chief from having his men going into the schools periodically and getting to know the kids now? Why do we need specifically a resource officer?
Thank you, sir. That's a great question. For the last 4 years or so, that has actually been the practice. When time permits, officers do go into the schools and meet with students. There are certain instances when they're up there for sporting events that are paid details and so forth. But it's not nearly the amount of time that needs to be dedicated to that faith and trust building.
Thank you.
Yes.
Karen Brome, Poor Farm Road, Weare resident since 2001, high school nurse at John Stark Regional High School nurse from 2004 to 2010, and I fully support this. It's just, there's no way to value the position of one individual being in as a school resource officer day in, day out, as many days as possible, whether it's shared through the other two schools or not. The rapport that they are able to develop and the interdisciplinary approach that they had, from my experience, is just totally invaluable. It's beyond words. I thought of at least 4 other stories very similar to the chief's.
Thank you. I have a young lady back there.
Christine Heath, Reservoir Drive. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I'd like to speak for this. I work in a district that has multiple SROs, and we also have police officers that walk through on a weekly basis. My students recognize the SRO and greet her by name, greet him by name when they come by. They come into the classroom. The purpose of the other police officers are for them to learn the buildings, to know in case of an emergency where they need to go. The purpose of the SROs is to build those relationships. They know things that as a teacher I don't know, I'm not privy to. They know what child was taken from their house the night before. I don't. They have that information so that they can keep an eye on that child. For people in the community who don't have children in the schools, they may look at this as taking a police officer away from the community, and that is absolutely not correct. We are adding an officer to the community because our children are part of the community, and how our children grow up will be affecting our community. So I really hope that the town does take this into consideration. It is a very positive thing. We will be adding to our police force. We will not be taking away from our police force. I've been in correspondence with the chief, and he said that we have people there will also be adding to the police force. And we've had this position before. So I want to continue adding to our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Yes, Tom Downing, Winterbury Lane. I'm in favor of this. And one of the areas I have concern about is the comments about duplicating functionality. I don't believe for a second that the skills that teachers have are the same as a police officer. I'm sure there's some very similar communication skills, but the training that a police officer gets isn't the same. And I commend the teachers and the work they have to do. I think they probably have to do way more than they should ever have to. In disciplining kids, monitoring for drugs. I have a teenager in the school, and the things that she tells me, I went to a tough school. It doesn't shock me. But comments like, Dad, drugs are everywhere. Everybody does it, or everybody vapes, and everybody's in the bathroom, and no one seems to do anything about it. It's a little concerning. And I don't think one resource officer is going to actually solve that problem, but I do think that it'll affect it. And I'm going to tell you a really brief story. This is a true story. When I was a young man and 19 years old, I was one of the tougher kids in my group. I wasn't the biggest, and I wanted to get into security. And when I went on my first job for this group, this rock group, they told me afterwards they didn't need me. And I learned a story then, and that was, they didn't need me because of the perception I portrayed. I was the quiet guy in the corner, and although I was tougher than every one of my friends, it didn't matter. It was the perception that that giant man portrayed in being there, and the comfort that the people had in those venues, knowing that they had security that would help if they need, and the people that are going to cause trouble, maybe they swayed them from causing. So I think the presence of the police officer alone portrays a certain image. For kids like my own, the level of comfort that they'd receive by having them there and have someone to go to, I think that helps. In addition, my kids don't tell me everything. I'd love to think that they do, but they don't, and I have a great relationship with them. And I encourage my kids to have relationships with other adults, whether it be in the family or at the school, because I want them to share with someone. And I think that the last point that I'll make is trust isn't built overnight. And having an officer that goes to school once in a while, that's great, and we appreciate the work that they've done. But if you want it to really work, it's almost a full-time job. You're there when someone needs you to be there, and you're building that relationship over frequency and exposure. Thank you.
Thank you. Others wishing to speak? Tom?
Tom Clow, Concord Stage Road. In general, I'm also in favor of this article. I have a concern about the school resource officer being spread too thin with the coverage of 3 different schools. In the past, it's a shame that we're even here now because we did have a school resource officer at the high school as been portrayed, and it's a shame we had to lose that position and be fighting for it all over again. But I am concerned with the person spread through both Weare schools as well as the John Stark Regional. The other thing I'd just like to say is, I grant you that this is not a person who's there to prevent a major incident. But what we don't know is, you're talking shooters and such, how many things don't occur because somebody out there knows that there is a police officer there. So even though that person may not be there to protect the school in the instant of something happening, maybe there are a lot of non-happenings because there's an officer there.
Thank you. Frank?
Frank Campana. If you'll bear with me, please. I've been to 2, as I mentioned earlier, I've been to 2 school board deliberative sessions, and this is from the high school. They do similar PowerPoints, and what I'm going to highlight, this applies pretty closely to the Weare School District also. The schools have in place, one of their first parts of the presentation, we are proud of our schools, core values at John Stark, individual academic growth, social awareness, and community involvement. To me, that boils down to doing the right thing. So the school seems to have a handle on that. and probably a pretty good handle. We are proud of our schools. Our focus on school safety, including ALICE training for teachers and students. I don't know what the acronym for ALICE is. So they have a program that they are implementing, and they seem to be doing okay. I mean, I've highlighted these same things, at the meetings, and nobody has, given examples of what they do or anything. The question wasn't asked. And another bullet they had, I probably shouldn't use that word, budget foundations, addressing academic, social, and emotional needs of students. Well, they seem to be doing pretty good at that. At least that's what they're trying to strive for. So I have a hard time, let's see, and their specific article for the school resource officer, and this is what kind of gets me, building a positive community relationships with students and police department. My issue with that is, although it has merit, it sounds like it has merits, I just wonder how much indoctrination might be included in that. Indoctrinate the kids. I'm concerned about that.
I'm sorry,
So-
Frank, I don't mean to interrupt, but I don't understand.
You don't understand what?
Indoctrination, I don't know what the...
That's my word.
Yes, I
That's my
understand that, but I don't understand what the point of indoctrination is.
Okay.
What would they be indoctrinating the students with?
I don't know. Police department could say, well, we're great. I mean, if there's somebody walking around with a badge and a gun, they can probably influence somebody, in a certain way.
In a positive manner?
Depending on somebody's interpretation of positive.
Okay.
So what it boils down to me is, and you may not like this, but I've used it twice this week. I'm not really in favor, especially with this last, relationship with students and police departments. I'm not in favor of supporting an officer-friendly type of person, especially with programs that the school seems to have in place and seems to be successful. So that's my comment. And my question to the article, like a previous article, what is an estimate of budgetary items? How will this affect the operating budget? It was mentioned from the Finance Committee, although I mentioned it maybe way before them at a meeting. Excuse me, the first SRO the school had, Bob Peterson, he had a car. The car was donated, was painted up nice red color. He took the car home, and are we going to have to support a car? We're going to certainly have to support uniforms. We're certainly going to have to support training, and all the other sundry things that go with it. So is there some type of estimate on how it's going to affect the operating budget?
Alert, lockdown, inform, combat, and evacuate. That's what ALICE training is. I'm glad to hear that Frank likes that. It's a police department initiative. The Weare Police Department has certified ALICE instructors. We are the ones that are training the school to deliver that critical life-saving training to the schools. The school is rolling it out in a very intelligent way by starting at the high school, and they intend to roll it through the rest of the district schools here in town. I don't know what to tell you about the car, Frank. You've asked the question, we've responded to it over and over and over again. The car that an SRO would have is an asset that is already existing, that when it is not being used for patrol, would be permitted to be used by the school resource officer. Well, why? Well, as was suggested by other speakers, the school resource officer will be responsible for responding to emergencies in all of the schools. And it sure would be nice that they didn't have to drive their own jalopy over to the middle school when a car would be otherwise available. School resource officer just makes sense. It just makes sense. You know, I've had 2 kids go through the schools. As we've heard from other parents here, it is about building relationships. It's about a presence there. It's an immeasurable, as was pointed out. What aren't we seeing in the schools because of the presence of a police officer? What is the value there? If anybody can put a value to those things, please share that with me, because it's something that, you know, how do you prove a negative? I'd love to hear how you do that. I hope that you will support this article. As it has been pointed out, it does indeed require an affirmative vote in each of the 2 supporting school districts and here in the town. It is a 3-legged stool. Absent one of those legs, it falls down. It is an opportunity for our voters to express their desire, whether it's people that are entrenched in the school district or here in the town. I hope that this works out. We have been asking for this for a number of years. Again, as I pointed out, people are surprised when they ask me, particularly over some pretty serious incidents that we've had these last 2 years, you know, why didn't the school resource officer take care of it? Because there isn't one. It's time to go back to that. It is absolutely time to go back to that. Thank you. Sure. Yes.
I'm David Erickson, Poor Farm Road. First, I'd like to correct my wife, Karen. She undersold herself. She was at John Stark from 2004 to 2014. I was a teacher in Henniker, in Bow, in Concord, in Manchester over my teaching years. Retired last June. So I saw schools with school resource officers, schools without. I'd like to ask the chief, am I right that that officer would spend a small amount of time in our elementary school, but mostly share the time between the middle and the high school, and probably more time at the high school? Is that correct?
The idea is that, in essence, they would be dividing their time principally between the high school and the middle school. The ancillary effect is, with the upper elementary school being within this physical structure, that the elementary school will receive some of those services. And then, of course, on an as-needed basis, they would be able to go over to Center Woods. There's no, to date, we have not come with some bright line marker for how many hours they would be in one place or another, and frankly, I would advise against that. Simply because you know, it is a needs-based thing. If, for instance, that's a story I can't share with you. If something required the attention of a school resource officer, student resource officer here at the middle school for more time, they should be allowed the flexibility to make that happen.
If I can keep you there for one more question. I'm wondering whether the training for a school resource officer is different than the training for a patrolman.
Yes, it is. In fact, there is a national resource for that training, the National Association of School Resource Officers. They certify officers as basic and advanced SROs, and I would encourage that be allowed to occur over the first 2 years that the officer was assigned.
Great. That moves me to be very supportive of this article, because I believe that a trained, committed school resource officer would make a very significant difference, but it does require a very special individual with special training. Glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Just so everyone knows, I have been trained in the Alice training. I am also part of training students for Alice because that's my flex that they're working in. And by itself, it isn't enough. It's good. It's better than the hide. You know, lock down and hide. That was what we did. Now we can at least fight back. But it's not enough. I really, back when Bob Peterson was there and the other three that came after, I believe they also did DARE down in the lower grades. They weren't there all day, every day, but we knew when we needed them, they were coming. We also knew who they were, and they knew who to look for. That's enormous. Where right now, as I'm walking down the hallway, I'm looking to see who needs attention. I'm smelling as I go past the bathroom who's vaping. I'm going into the girls' room and making sure there isn't more than one girl in there at a time. You know, and I'm getting the gentlemen to go in and check the boys when I smell something. I can't be everywhere, and neither can the teachers. You can't be at your door and in the bathroom. We need other people in the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am?
Matt Whitlock. So this advanced SRO training, do we have an estimate on what that costs? And is that going to be added to the operating budget if this passes?
I don't know the cost off the top of my head, but it would be able to be covered under the current budget training line.
Thank you.
Tom Downing, Winterbury Lane. Just 2 points in regards to the Alice training. I had been to the high school a year and a half back with some of the parents, hoping to help accelerate that. And as much as the staff really at the high school really wanted to be involved, they were just too busy to be able to help accelerate it. So I think the resource officer most certainly, with more ability from a time perspective, can help advance that. It's an extreme concern of mine. And the other note that I wanted to make, and Frank made some comments earlier about the mission statement. Mission statements are just statements. It's just what they like to do. And I've had, unfortunately, my children have had bullying issues both in the elementary school and in the middle school. And in some cases, in my opinion, was handled very poorly. And it's not because of the people that were trying to handle it. They just weren't comfortable in the situation. They didn't know what to do. They weren't sure what the legal responsibility was. And in a lot of cases, I found that I knew more about the laws than they did. And I think having a resource officer available for them, the staff, would be more than helpful. And then again, as the presence of them being there, maybe people might think twice. But having kids that are victims, it's pretty obvious that the schools don't have the resources they need to deal with those sort of incidents. We found that only the parents, because they come out of the woodwork after you share with people you have those incidents, and they share, they've all had similar incidents and similar frustrations. So they exist, and just ask a few folks within your town, you'll see. And I think the resource officer, I could easily see that making a big difference in our school system.
Thank you. Yes?
Hi, Rachel Sisto, Dustin Tavern Road. I graduated from John Stark in 2011. In my 4 years at John Stark, we had a resource officer available. My freshman year, resource officer came, spoke to criminal justice classes. Resource officer was at the dances, was at the parties, was at the shows. Resource officer also taught a women's self-defense course for 3 years. Resource officer was there during intercession, teaching kids how to defend themselves, it was a basic women's self-defense course. My sister, who went to John Stark starting the fall of 2011, she came in right after I left, did not have a resource officer, did not have these classes offered to her, did not have these programs that I was able to take advantage of, and that other kids that I went to class with take advantage of, because the resource wasn't there, the officer wasn't there. I work as a school photographer, so I've been in hundreds of schools all over New Hampshire, and the kids that I've seen in the schools that have resource officers love them just as much as they love the teachers. I've seen little preschoolers come in to have their pictures taken while we're photographing the resource officer. The officer gets up, says hello to the class, and the kids come up and swarm them, hugging them, and I think it goes a long way to being, if the kids have to call the police, if the kids have any other kind of outside interaction with the police department, if they've had a resource officer and they've had positive interactions, they're not going to be afraid of the officer that knocks on the door.
Thank you. I'd like to step down from the podium and speak to this issue. I don't know who I'm speaking to at the moment, but I've had 38 years of serving in public schools. In 1986, I started in Weare under Fred Roberts, and was privileged to be able to work in the elementary school and then move to the middle school. In the schools that I worked in that had resource officers, they were significantly better. And I say that because I had another person who could be looking not at the academics, but the atmosphere within the school. And the atmosphere within the school is a critical component. If you have a resource officer that shares and works with the staff and the administration, then you will find a culture, an atmosphere that's positive and inclusive. I encourage the vote on this issue, a positive vote. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I have a further comment. Again, I think at times we have a responsibility as adults. We have our future residents, future of this town, state, and country in our hands with these young people. And this, like I said, hits very close to home, is that I have children in the school district and have been subject to some of these incidents. And the thing is a school resource officer would temper them greatly. And just to use exactly what the acting principal at the high school said, again, just a few nights ago, that the drug culture is running rampant. It's pervasive to the school. The kids are not able to learn. The ones that are there, it's invading their area, so it's detracting from their education. And they have paras that try to check, but they're not police officers, and they don't have the time to do it. And I think the biggest thing is to have this school resource officer to, A, help us with the future of us, and the future of this town, and the future of the state, and to make sure that these kids get the best education they can by giving them the best ability to get that education without all these intrusions from this basically criminal activity.
Thank you.
And I move the question.
Okay, the question has been moved. I'm sorry? Okay.
Call the question.
Seeing no one is in line to speak, we can move on. Is that correct? Okay.
Sorry, Ricky.
Okay, so we have not put an amendment on this article, and therefore, as it stands, it will go into the warrant. It has been moved to reconsider, to not reconsider this article. It has been seconded. All those in favor of not reconsidering this article, raise your cards. All those opposed? Good, it is passed to not reconsider this article. Article 11, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $49,554, representing the cost of adding one additional full-time police officer to the existing police department. This represents the wages and benefits for 9 months and certain one-time expenses. If this article is approved, this would become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $85,060 with an estimated tax impact of 6 cents.
Past practice, I'm going to go to the floor and make an amendment.
Okay.
I wish the other members of the board would do that too, please. Mr. Moderator, I move the question with an amendment. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $39,964 representing the cost and adding one additional full-time officer to the police department? This represents the wages and benefits for 6 months rather than 9. That's the purpose of it.
Okay. So the amendment is, and I shall read it just to make it sure I'm clear about what changes we're talking about. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $39,964 representing the cost of adding one additional full-time police officer to the existing police department? This represents the wages and benefits for 6 months and certain one-time expenses. If this is approved, this would become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $85,060. The change, therefore, is 6 months, not 9 months from the original warrant article.
What's the dollar amount, Moderator?
It goes, the original is the same. So it's $69,964, and the annual impact would be $85,060.
No, that's not
Yes. Okay.
39. First number did change.
39. First number did change.
Did change to 39,964.
Okay, I see. So the first number has been changed down from 49,554 to 39,964. Okay, everybody clear with that?
Second on the amendment.
It has been moved and seconded. Wishing to speak to that? Ricky?
So this proposed officer position, concurrent with the collective bargaining agreements with the police union, would allow the town to have 24-hour police coverage. As of now, we are not covered by Weare officers from the hours of 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. The officer position would be the town's 12th officer and would provide the town with round-the-clock coverage 365. And I'd also recognize Chief Kelly to speak further.
Chief?
So I've been sitting for a little while. I thought I'd walk around a little bit. So some of you may be asking, well, we have 24-hour coverage. That's not the case. Currently today, I guess I'm staying up here. All right, so currently the Weare Police Department operates from 7 o'clock in the morning until 3 o'clock in the morning, 7 days a week, year-round. So from 3 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock in the morning, you have no police coverage. And I'm going to say that again because it's the absolute reality. You have no police coverage from 3 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock in the morning. Someone might raise their hand and say, well, Chief, the state police come. The state police come when they're available. And they come on what amounts to a handshake agreement between me and the troop commander over in Bow, Bedford. What does that mean? Well, under the statutes for New Hampshire, law enforcement, we take this live free and die thing very seriously here in New Hampshire, and they limit the law enforcement authority. And they vastly limit the law enforcement authority of the state police. So the state police in communities that are larger than 3,500, so 3,501 residents in a town, they have the same law enforcement authority as you do. None, in essence, unless they are requested. So herein lies the handshake agreement between me and the troop commander. We've met and they have agreed that when they're available, they'll come to town, again, when they can. We asked the state police, at the advice of council, if they would enter an agreement with us in writing so that we could reduce the liability risk that we were experiencing as a town by this really very loose agreement between two guys that, I'm leaving in April, and who knows when the troop commander is going to be reassigned. And the state police said, we would be happy to enter an agreement with you, but because you're a community of 9,000 plus residents, we'd have to enter a contract with you, and there would be a dollar amount associated with that. And what that amounts to is we would have to, and I'm paraphrasing the state police position here, we would have to pay a trooper at the overtime rate from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. in order for us to guarantee that we would be able to fulfill the terms of our contract. Well, that's tens of thousands of dollars more than what we're asking for this full-time police officer here in the town of Weare. So the other thing is, with the state police, and thank goodness we have the state police. They're a fantastic organization. They come to us whenever they can, but whenever they can has its limits. In 2018, we had well over 300 calls for service that occurred between the hours of 3 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the morning. Some of those calls are benign, admittedly. They're not a huge deal. But if somebody picks up the phone at 3 o'clock in the morning, chances are it's not because they've said, hey, we got roses delivered to the house. I thought we'd like to share the wonderful scent with you. It's because they need a higher level of service than they're able to provide for themselves, so they call the police for help. Okay? So over 300 calls for service in 2018 came through our dispatch center. In other words, folks, when you call the police, it comes through the Weare Police Department dispatch center down there at the Goffstown Police Department, and they defer the call over to Troop B from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. In 2018, the state police, their log shows that they responded here about 150 or so times. Now, my math is limited to the numbers of fingers and toes that I have, but even I can figure out that they came here less than half of the time that we needed them. Okay? So I'm going to ask you. One of the things that I have said over and over and over again, is that I will deliver to you the level of police service that you want. I've said that if you decided that you wanted to come forward and have one police officer on a horse, I would recommend against that. But if you came and said that we want a cop on every corner, I'd also recommend against that. In 2007, the town contracted for a management study of the police department, and at that time, they recommended to the town that based on the population of the community, the volume of calls for service, and the geography of the town, that they thought, in their judgment, that this town should have 17 police officers. Okay, that was in 2007. Obviously, we don't have 17 police officers today. Every chief since then has made that recommendation, and here we are today in 2019, 12 years later, trying to fill a 13th officer position. If we go to 24 hours, the question is does 300 calls between 3 in the morning and 7 in the morning justify or support the idea of a 13th police officer? I don't know. My question back to you is, well, how many crashes do we have to have here in town to justify that position? How many calls for domestic violence do we have to justify that position? I'm asking you rhetorically, but you should be thinking to yourself, if my son or daughter was involved in a crash, would I want the police department to respond? If my son or daughter was getting smacked around the house, would I want the police department to respond? I can't answer that question for you. You've got to answer that question for yourselves. But again, I go back to, we had more than 300 calls for service last year between those 4 hours of the day, and 150 times the state police were available. That means 150 times you didn't get a cop. So now you have to decide. You have to tell me, Chief, yep, we think that 13th officer is the level of service that we want, or not. But you have to understand the consequences, and I hope that I've provided you the information to understand that as best I can. If there's any questions, please direct them to the moderator.
Lori.
The Finance Committee does not recommend this. The committee does not believe a case has been made for the benefits that would justify the cost of adding a police officer. The committee believes this decision should be deferred until a new police chief has reviewed the situation.
Thank you.
Clarence Gardner. I'm not prepared to offer an amendment, but it seems like 99% of what Chief Kelly was addressing was the hours that there is no police department, and this article doesn't say that that's what this is for.
Thank you. Yes? No. We have not voted on the amendment yet. We can do that. Can we do that? Okie dokie. According to the attorney, it is a good idea for us to vote on this amendment. Then we will go forward and vote on the total dollar amount. So, insertion.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes?
A question.
Good.
If for 6 months the cost is $39,000 and change, does that change the $85,000 annual figure? Because twice 40 is 80, and that's 85. Is there some reason why there's appears to be a disconnect? No, if the 6-month cost is $39,000, doubled that is $78,000 for a year, and that says $85,000. I'm just wondering if there's some issue with the numbers, that's all. I support the amendment. I just want to make sure the numbers are correct.
We're trying to get that answer for you, Neil. Thank you. Sorry? Okay. That's, I'm being told that it's a uniform allowance. Okay. You answered that question. Let's vote on the amendment and then go to the article. Okay. Good. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $39,964, representing the cost of one additional full-time police officer to the existing police department. This represents the wages and benefits for 6 months and certain one-time expenses. If this is approved, this would become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $85,060. The purpose of the is to change the amount of money and time from the reflected 9 months to 6 months. We're voting on that amendment to the article. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, the amendment, the changes in the amendment have been adopted. Now I will read the amendment as it has been changed. I don't need to do that because I just did it. So we will move ahead. If there are questions that people would like to address in this article. Dick?
Thank you. I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay.
The article, and it started to get messy because it was amended, and but I do have something written out here. But if I could, I would just like to add the sentence, after officer to the existing police department to provide for 24-hour coverage.
The amendment is to add the phrase to permit for 24-hour coverage.
To provide.
I'm sorry. The amendment is to provide for 24-hour coverage. This represents and so forth. Okay? The amount of money is the same, $39,969. So it goes on. The issue is providing 24-hour coverage. Dick, you want to speak to your motion?
Well, I believe that the purpose of this is to provide for 24-hour coverage, and I think it would clarify it for the voters that that's what it does.
Okay.
State that way in the article.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to speak to that, Dick, or not? Okay.
I'll second that.
It's been moved. It has been moved, right? Okay, and it's been seconded. Thank you very much. I will do that. Let me make sure that I can do that. Okay, let's see. Dick, you want to listen carefully? Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $39,964? Wrong article.
That's the amended.
Okay. See how accommodating I am? Amazing. Okay, we'll try this again. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $39,964, representing the cost of adding one additional full-time police officer to the existing police department to provide 24-hour coverage? This represents the wages and benefits for 6 months and certain one-time expenditures. If this is approved, this would become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $85,060. Those wishing to speak may come forward at this time.
Hi, Sandy Pierre, South Stark Highway. I just want to make sure I understand so I know what my own opinion on this amendment is. So currently, 7 days a week, there's no officer on duty from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m., and the intent is to add this new position. Is this new person specifically going to work the graveyard shift 7 days a week?
I think that's a schedule.
Thank you, that's a great question. So, no. What this person would do would be, it would enable us to schedule within the terms of collective bargaining to have people here 24 hours a day. So in other words, if we hired John Jones, for instance, John Jones wouldn't work from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. John Jones would be added to the complement, which would enable us to have the 24-hour coverage, and then, again, according to collective bargaining, every 3 months that coverage would change. Not the coverage itself would change, but who's responsible for it would change.
I'm not sure I understand. So would we have 24/7 coverage if this
Yes.
passes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I should make that absolutely clear. By hiring one additional person, we would be able to staff 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The person that we hire wouldn't necessarily be responsible for that shift, but that shift would be covered every day of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Bill Anderson, East Road. I'm just skeptical that one additional position added is going to be able to cover the 3 to 7. I understand the goal. However, historically, we have had difficulty in having all our current positions filled at any given time. And I think it would be a mistake to tie that into this article, that you're going to provide the 24-hour coverage, because with vacancies and pulling people away from military service and obligations, I think there may be potentially a better way to do it. I mean, but with, say, additional part-timers, whatever, to complement day shifts, then use your existing force to cover the night shift. And I don't know if that gets into contract issues with the union, but I just think that the perception that one additional police officer position is going to magically translate into 3 to 7 coverage, 365 days a year, is a reach.
Thank you, Bill. Lori?
Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. We currently have 2 people that are on reserves. One is out for 6 months but available on weekends. We have another one that will be going eventually. We had a problem this year where we were missing people for 17 weeks. There is no way that we can cover full-time when you have people out on reserve without asking people to work 16, 18, 10-hour days. You're going to be pushing overtime. You're going to be overworking your people. We saw that this summer. We will not be able to do it effectively. And I am very concerned. I'd like to know, if we do not deliver on this and it gets passed and it turns out we do not deliver 24-hour coverage without going into overtime and overtaxing the rest of our officers, I'd like to know what the consequences are going to be, how you're going to fix that, and how you're going to explain it to the taxpayers.
I know it sounds odd that one officer, the addition of one police officer would enable us to go to 24-hour coverage. But as Ms. Davis pointed out, in collective bargaining, with this additional person, we are able to fill out a 24-hour-a-day chart 7 days a week. Would there be absences? Yeah, we've been projecting that for some time. Those would have to be filled with overtime. Once the town approves this position, and there's enough people through collective bargaining for us to provide the position, it gets provided. That's just, that's the deal. That's part of it. It's, some days are tougher than others. Whether you're a police officer or a firefighter or you work for IBM or whatever, some days are tougher than others. And you have an obligation to the community, you fulfill your obligations. Today, we do not have the necessary people for us to fulfill a 24-hour clock, in the event this position is filled, we will.
Matt Whitlock. So if this amendment passes to add this phrase for the to provide for 24-hour coverage, does that obligate the police department to provide 24/7 coverage? Because right now you're saying it's your intention to, but if we had people out, maybe you wouldn't be able to, for some months of the year or whatever the case may be. But if we pass this amendment and then the article passes, would you be liable if you're not providing 24/7 coverage?
I don't think there would be any liability. I think what this amendment does is clarify the purpose of adding that officer. And I think you've heard the intention is to go ahead and schedule people for 24 hours. But if someone calls in sick, there's clearly nothing that can be done about that.
Okay.
Donna Osborne, South Dock Highway. My concern is putting the 24 hours on this amendment for the fact that we will be receiving a new chief this year, and his respects might not be the same as the 24 hours. He might use it in a different concept of adding that person into the hours slotted.
Thank you. My understanding is that that would not prevent the new chief from making adjustments to the schedule that would apparently not fill this purpose. But that's up to, I'm making a supposition.
Tom Downing, Winterberry Lane. So, just an area of concern I wanted to share with the taxpayers. I see comments from the Finance Committee and many articles here about waiting for the new police chief. Last I heard, the chief is here through April, and from what I can tell, he's done a fantastic job over the years in our town. So why wouldn't we make decisions based on the progress and the opinions of the chief that we have, who, in my opinion, has been successful here, rather than waiting for a new person, just at a minimum, to ramp up and come to speed within the town, the politics, and all of the issues. Because what we're effectively doing is pushing off the decision. It's a year. If you look at it on paper, it becomes a 1 year out at minimum. So if you feel like this is important, then you should vote for it now. I'm in support of it, and I would vote for it now. I don't want to wait to see what another police chief says. He may very well agree. I don't really care, because I think we need it now.
Thank you. Tom?
Tom Clough, Concord Stage Road. I support the article, and I support the amendment because I do think it adds some clarity, and it would give an added purpose for supporting it. As most people here know, I was on the Board of Selectmen for a lot of years, and virtually every year up until we had the recession, whoever was police chief came forward with a request for additional officers. This is not a new thing. The need has been there. Chief Kelly said there was a study done in 2007. I don't specifically remember that, but I know that Chief Began came to the board multiple times. The last time there were officers added was in 2006, and the chief came virtually every year after that for additional officers. Stopped when we were going through a recession period, but then again, when there was a change made in leadership, once again we were presented with requests for additional officers. And so I support this. The need is there, whether it's Chief Kelly or a new person. I believe the need for the additional officers and to fill that uncovered slot in the wee hours of the morning is necessary.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, I will read the article as it will appear on the warrant. thought we hadn't voted on the amendment.
24 hours? No.
We haven't voted on the amendment?
24-hour amendment.
Okay. I'm going to change what I was going to do to read the amendment to the warrant article, which shall read, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $39,964, representing the cost of adding one additional full-time police officer to the existing police department to provide 24-hour-a-day coverage. This represents the wages and benefits for 6 months and certain one-time expenses. If this is approved, this would become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $85,060. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Okay. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. It has been passed. The amendment has been passed, and I will assert that I don't need to read the article again because it's the same that I just read. So, we will be moving on. I'm sorry? Oh, yeah, restricted. Those people who desire to restrict the motion, Frank?
I think, point of order, there's no discussion available for, even though the article's been amended, for discussion again on the amended article?
I think, okay. If you'd like to speak to it?
Yes, please. Just as some information, in 2006, been referred to, the town report, then police chief made a statement in his annual report that you see by department heads, support and approval of voters for additional officers to man the department 24/7 have resulted in public safety and protection as well as enhanced enforcement to the town the size of Weare both needs and deserves. I will qualify that in this respect. I know in that point in time that there was an abuse of overtime. I don't know how that figured into the 24-hour coverage, but in fact, you know, it was acknowledged that there was an officer that was voted on, and we had 24-hour coverage. I don't know what's changed now. Also in that report, there's a chart for calls for service. And those calls for service, it was listed month by month, and there was just over 8,500 calls for service. I went to last year's town report, and the calls for service was asterisked with a footnote, but there were 5,181 calls for service. So it was about 3,400 calls for service less now. And let me qualify also, I'm not indicating that, you know, calls are, you know, dog-related or domestic. I mean, you know, they can be minor calls, they can be, you know, very serious calls. But the fact is, according to the reports, is there's 3,400 less calls for service last year as opposed to 2006. And my other question, I have to ask the question, although I haven't been successful in similar questions, what does this officer add to the operating budget expenses? Like I say, I haven't been successful with other questions as such. And I do have the question with Article 11, and if you permit me to go back to Article 10, which is the SRO, I think it was mentioned that the SRO could be used in the Weare Police Department. I mean, he's only going to be there for 190 days at the school, half a year. What's he going to do for the rest of the year? But Another person questioned the question how one person is going to fulfill 24-hour coverage. Well, I would think that the SRO, if it gets approved, would figure into that. As an educator, Mr. Moderator, you know that schools have a number of long weekends. You know that schools have spring vacations, they have winter vacations. And again, they're only there for 190 days. So it would seem to me in some of those long-term, during the school year, some of those long-term breaks, that, you know, the SRO might be available. And I use the word might, I should have used the word would be available. And certainly is going to be available for the second half of a year. So we're looking between the two articles, there's $170,000 going to the police department for two people that are available, one full-time and certainly one part-time. And I think that's more than adequate and probably more than I want to spend.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak to this article? Chief, do you have anything you want to
So, I guess the question is, what changed since town meeting that Frank referred to in 2006? You know, particularly with the other questions about would they actually be assigned that way? And again, and still, the answer is yes. But what changed is that the voters agreed to a contract that disallowed us to have 24-hour coverage based on the staffing number we have today. That was, I mean, this, I don't know what to tell you. I have to work within the bounds of an agreement, a contract that's between you folks and the cops. And until this is fulfilled, there's nothing I can do. I'm legally bound by those instruments. The first instrument that Frank talked about, the second instrument that you subsequently voted on, and now we need the third instrument to correct it.
Any other people wishing to speak to this article? The amendment to the article has been voted on and passed. I'm sorry? It has been moved to restrict, and it has been seconded. All those in favor of restricting the article from reconsideration, raise your cards. Those opposed? Thank you very much. We are moving on to Article 12. Okay, Article 12. Article 12, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $17,790, representing the cost of adding 1 day per week of operation to the town public library, including turning one part-time position into a full-time position. This represents wages and benefits for 8 months. If approved, this addition would become part of the annual budget with an annual cost of $26,685, with an estimated tax impact of 2 cents. This is for 8 months.
I move this Article 12 as read.
Thank you, Jan. Those are second? It has been moved and seconded. Jan, do you wish to speak to this?
Sure.
Okay.
This article is intended to provide funding for wages, taxes, and benefits resulting in library services for 1 day a week, Friday, for which the Weare Public Library is currently closed. And Michael Sullivan, the Weare librarian is here. He may want to speak to it, or he'll answer questions.
I'm Mike Sullivan, Library Director. The reason for this article, the library's obviously getting busier and busier in our modern world these days. Our circulation, which is one of the numbers that libraries use to gauge what they're doing, is up 14% since 2016. And the amount of programming we do as interest and educational and all those sorts of purposes. We've more than doubled the amount of programming in 2 years and are doing it. We're requesting this year about $4,700 a year less than we did back in 2016. So we've been trying to find those efficiencies. We have added hours to the library twice in the last couple of years. We didn't need to increase staff or increase budget for those. We found it within the budget. But in order to open another day, we don't have the budget to do that, so we wanted to put this forward. So if there's any questions, I'm here.
No, I want to give the finance committees.
That would be nice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This article would allow, the Finance Committee recommends this article. This article would allow the library to open on Fridays for 10 hours and upgrade the children's librarian from a part-time to a full-time position. Over the past few years, there has been a significant increase in library use by both adults and children, yet the library budget has been reduced. The committee agrees with the library trustees that the benefit of the additional services is well worth the relatively small costs involved.
Are there people who wish to speak to this article?
Brenda Cannon, Grandview Drive. I'm in support of the article. We always talk about, our children. What can we do for our children? The library is one of the places that's efficient in town, and it does a lot for our children. Anybody who's attended some of the summer programs can see what it does for the children. They've also increased programs for adults. They've changed a lot of the books that come in for adults to make it, easier as we age and can't read anymore. But the library's just done so many things to kind of bring this community to get together, because we don't really have a community center here. But the library is working on becoming that area where everybody goes to, to get together, it's just become a community center. And that's why, for a very small amount of money, we can make the library even better than it's become. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this article? Seeing no one, then I will have this article put on the warrant as it is presented. It has been moved to restrict reconsideration. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Good. Here we go. Article 13. Article 13, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $47,461 for the purchase of one fully equipped police cruiser? This will replace an existing cruiser. The estimated tax impact is 5 cents. And
have the
Jack?
police chief speak to this question. Move the question.
It has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. The chief will now speak to this article.
First of all, thank you. Over the last 2 years, we have acquired. Over the last 2 years, we've acquired 4 new police vehicles to replace a fleet that was decrepit, in probably the kindest terms. Actually, I should clarify, to begin replacing a decrepit fleet, and it's worked out fairly well, certainly for the police department and our ability to better service the community, but also for our voters and that ever-present tax dollar question. In the 2 years preceding the replacement of the first batch of cars, we had spent about almost $100,000 on repairs, and that seems wild. Inclusive of those 2 years, the preceding 10 years, we had spent almost $250,000 on repairing cars. And that, to me, doesn't seem like a reasonable or responsible expenditure of your tax dollars. So we have put together, and I use the term "we" because it has been a carefully developed plan between the police department, the Capital Improvements Committee, and the Board of Selectmen, in order to present to you a fleet replacement plan that will essentially flatline your costs, so that you don't experience a year with $54,000 worth of car repairs. When you're spending $54,000 to repair garbage, when a new fully equipped vehicle costs $47,000 and would have a 5-year warranty so that all of the major costs would be covered by the manufacturer, it doesn't make sense for us not to continue this plan. It doesn't make sense. So one of the things that came up during the course of this year was, well, Chief, should we be going with another Charger, which are all-wheel drive vehicles, or should we be looking at something with a greater ground clearance, an SUV-style vehicle, to replace, yet another decrepit car? And my first reaction, very, very frankly, was let's take a look at the SUVs, and because they do make sense. There's only a limited number of days that we have so much snow that it exceeds the ground clearance of our fleet, and due to the extraordinary efforts of Director Knapp and his crew, even those days are limited to a matter of hours, where our officers might have to travel over roads that exceed the ground clearance of an all-wheel drive Dodge Charger. But it does exist. And there are certain roads at certain times of years that, very frankly, we avoid unless there's an emergency. So an SUV kind of does make sense. But the cost of the SUV was going to be more. And very frankly, we were negotiating for not just a car, but an operating budget and other expenses here in town. So I went with the least expensive alternative that also allowed us an all-wheel drive vehicle. Now, as we've heard already today, I'm leaving in April, and I will have a successor. And the successor may say, oh, geez, I would really much prefer to go with an SUV. It would pinch. It would pinch. But the difference in cost between this $47,000 for a Dodge Charger, for all-wheel drive Dodge Charger, and the SUV could be absorbed into the operating budget. It could happen with no additional expense or no increase in your taxes and so forth. So the bottom line is that I recommend that you continue down this path of replacing cars annually, so that the costs that you have are associated with changing wiper blades, putting on new brakes, winter tires every other year. those types of things, rather than repairing garbage. It doesn't make sense for us to be repairing garbage. I think that's probably more than enough.
Thank you, Chief. Others who wish to speak to this Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee does not recommend this article. The Police Department has been provided 4 new cruisers in the past 2 years. This has resulted in a decrease in cruiser maintenance from $57,000 down to $16,000. Although 5 are needed to properly conduct patrolling, the decision about the type and number of new vehicles, another Charger or a 4-wheel drive vehicle, should be made by the next police chief.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this
Mr.
article?
Moderator?
Yes.
I have a comment on that.
Jack.
Yes. Putting it off for another year means we're going to have another old vehicles in the fleet that we're going to have to keep putting maintenance after. As far as difference in cost, the proposal is for $47,461 for a new cruiser, and it says cruiser, not Charger or SUV. The price is basically fitted for that Dodge Charger, but in the next article you'll also see that there's an SUV that the fire department is proposing, which comes as the same specs as if it would be a police vehicle, is $48,000. The question is, do we want to keep running junk, or do we want to turn around and replace it as we had originally about 4 years ago, where the Finance Committee proposed to have them get 5 cars all at once. This will put it into a rotation. If you throw that rotation off by a year, we'll have costs starting to exceed on vehicles that should probably start to come out of the rotation.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak to this article?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. The chief made a statement that I'd like to check for accuracy with the attorney. The chief said that even if this article passed at $47,000 and the vehicle that he wished to purchase cost more than that, he would be able to take money from his operating budget to spend for this vehicle. And the question is, if the town appropriates $47,000 and change, can more be spent even if that money is available?
Yes, it can. The $47,000 that you would be appropriating this article can't be spent on anything else, but if there's money in the operating budget, it can be used to supplement this article.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak to this article? Seeing none and no money dollar change has occurred, Article 13 will be presented on the warrant as written. There is a motion to restrict and a second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, moving on to Article 14. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $48,000 for the purchase of one fully equipped vehicle to be used at the fire chief's car, and to fund this appropriation by withdrawing the $48,000 from the fire department replacement vehicle and equipment special revenue fund recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Estimated tax impact, 0.
I'll move this with an amendment from the floor.
Okey doke. Thank you, Rick.
I have an amendment. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $48,000 for the purchase of one fully equipped vehicle to be used as the fire department's command vehicle? So it's a verbiage change, no monetary change.
So you're inserting command vehicle. Thank you. Okay. So after the word the fire department command vehicle, as opposed to fire chief's car. So, we clear about the amendment? Okay? Anyone who wishes to speak to that?
Second the amendment.
Second, thank you. Excellent, keep me on track, good. Is it clear what we're doing?
Yes.
Good, so there's no reason for Ricky to be speaking to that. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to that? Finance Committee? No? Finance Committee doesn't want to talk to it. How about the amendment? Okay, we're going to move ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I thought we were on the amendment. But since you didn't give the Finance Committee an opportunity when we were talking about the original article to comment, you tell me when, but we do have a recommendation.
How about now?
The amendment is before us, and we haven't voted on it yet. Is that correct?
That's true.
Thank you. With respect to Article 14, the fire chief's vehicle, the Finance Committee recommends this article. This four-wheel drive vehicle would serve as a command post for communicating with fire personnel and be able to access the town's many Class 6 and private roads. It would be paid for money in the department's special revenue fund, which is supported by ambulance use payments. The committee determined that even with the expenditure and those in Articles 15 and 16, the projected fund income will be sufficient to pay for planned fire truck and ambulance purchases in 2023 and 2025.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak further to this article? Okay. We need to vote on the amendment of changing the wording so that it appears on the warrant correctly. I will read it again. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $48,000 for the purchase of one fully equipped vehicle to be used as the fire department's command vehicle, and to fund this appropriation by withdrawing the $48,000 from the department's replacement vehicle and equipment special fund revenue fund? Okay. We're going to go ahead and vote on this article? I'm sorry, we're going to go and vote on the amendment to this article. All those in favor signify by raising your cards. All those opposed? Okay, the amendment to the article and the insertion of the department's command vehicle is approved. Okay, further discussion on this article? Seeing none, we're going to move ahead and move to restrict. I love that. Move to restrict. Second? Second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Good. Okay, Article 15. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 for the purchase of one semi-rigid rescue boat, and to fund this appropriation by withdrawing the $25,000 from the fire department's replacement vehicle and special equipment revenue fund, recommended by the Board of Selectmen. And
Move the article as read.
the article has been moved and it has been seconded.
And I will defer to Chief Messina.
Chief. Thank you.
This article replaces the current inflatable boat, which was acquired in 2004, has a number of different issues with it. One is the PVC degradation that happens over time with the UV light. It does leak, and it's incredibly slow over the surface of the water. The speed at which it travels is a major issue for us, as we can put in very limited areas at boat ramps and may have to travel quite some distance to get to where we need to operate, which we found out at an incident that we had at Clough Park, State Park, where we had 2 people drown. That it took us a long time to go from point A to point B to point C. And so this boat fixes the deficiencies that we currently have and should serve us well for quite a number of years in the future.
Thank you. Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends this article. The department's current boat is an old inflatable in poor condition. As such, it lacks the rapid response time necessary in an emergency. The new boat would have a rigid hull and could respond rapidly in an emergency. It would be paid for money in the department's special revenue fund, which is supported by ambulance use payments. The committee determined that even with this expenditure and those in Articles 14 and 16, the projected fund income will be sufficient to pay for the planned fire truck and ambulance purchases in 2023 and 2025.
Thank you. Those wishing to speak to this article? Seeing none, I'm sorry. John?
Yeah, John Lawton. I just have some questions based on this article. You say 25,000. Is that for just a boat, or is that a boat, motor, and something else, or?
This is for all 3 components of the boat, motor, and trailer.
Could you, before you leave, could you tell me the size of the motor you currently have, a horsepower?
I think it's 25. That sound right, George?
And what size motor would you be looking at? Do you know?
Probably in roughly the same size motor.
Is the
It might
current
be slightly bigger.
Is the current motor not operational? Could we not use the current motor on the new boat? The outboard motors are very expensive. That's probably $10,000, $12,000, $15,000 of what you're asking for. So I'm asking, is the current motor usable on the new boat?
Technically, it's usable on a new boat.
Have you considered doing that versus getting a new motor?
Well, we've looked at it as a package and not necessarily as a piecemeal part. I mean, I don't want to come back in 2 years and say we need a new motor. Right?
Thank you. Anyone else wishing? Matt?
Matt Whitlock, me and Helene Kirk want to know, where is the boat stored? Because you mentioned it has suffered some UV degradation. Is it stored outside, and can we put it inside so that doesn't happen?
It is inside. The boat is 15 years old.
This is just from being used, it has suffered this degradation?
I mean, when it's outside, it's getting that direct sunlight with the doors open. I don't know what it did, how they used it before I got here. I just know it's in very poor shape now.
Okay.
Need to be replaced.
Then we trust that you will take very good care of the new one.
And that's one of the issues that we have. So PVC is less expensive than, say, Hypalon, which is a much more expensive boat that doesn't suffer from the UV degradation. I think it's a good compromise, PVC, but you know, as something that's constantly under pressure because it's maintained in a ready state, so we can deploy it as fast as we can. You know, it takes its toll on all the components.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak to this article? Seeing no one, it has been moved to restrict and seconded. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration of this article, please by raising your cards. All those opposed, thank you. Article 16, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $40,000 for the purchase of 4 thermal image cameras, and to fund this appropriation by withdrawing the $40,000 from the Fire Department Replacement Vehicle and Equipment Special Revenue Fund, recommended by the Board of Selectmen and with a zero impact. And
I will move the article.
it has been moved. It's been moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to it?
Recognize Chief Vizina to speak to it.
Okey-doke. Chief.
This article seeks funding for the replacement of our thermal imaging cameras. Thermal imaging, as many of you know, allows us the ability to look to convert heat signature into a visible portrayal through the screen that's on the camera, and essentially gives us our eyesight back when we don't have sight. So in a smoke-filled environment, it allows us to see, and even at night we've used it to search for people who are outside using their heat signature as the target. The current units that we have are, the oldest ones are 15 years old, we have some that are 14 years old, we have some that are 13 years old, and this looks to replace those. The critical piece for us is that we need this piece of equipment to function when we go to use it. As what always happens, we've had issues with this equipment, and most recently, yesterday, we had a small fire on Clough's Park Road, and when we went to use the camera failed. That's just not an acceptable option, and so this seeks money to replace those.
Pardon me for eating while I'm running a meeting. Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends this article. These imaging cameras would replace aged and unreliable units that are used in both fire and EMS emergencies. They improve visibility of objects in a dark or smoke-filled environment, benefiting both the firefighter and the public. They would be paid for money in the department's special revenue fund, which is supported by ambulance use payments. The committee determined that even with this expenditure and those in Articles 14 and 15, the projected fund income will be sufficient to pay for planned fire truck and ambulance purchases in 2023 and 2025.
Thank you. Those wishing to speak, Frank?
Frank Campana. I kind of apologize. I could have asked this question at other opportunities, but what's the life expectancy of these? Hopefully they wouldn't get used a lot, but I know turnout gear, we've heard we have to replace turnout gear because even though it sits on the shelf, it's outdated, codes change, bulletproof vests sit on the shelf. We have to replace them because they're outdated, you know, and they get improved on. So what would you figure the life expectancy might be?
I don't know the answer to that. I would expect to get at least 10 years out of these units.
Okay.
We're seeing failures, you know, in those 15 and 14-year-old units. So I think looking at the mechanics and the technology involved in the new ones today versus the ones that we currently have, I expect them to, I expect it obviously to be more robust than the original units.
Okay.
A minimum is, I mean, I would be shocked if we're less than 10 years.
Okay, I'm satisfied. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this article? Okay. Article 16 will be appearing on the warrant, and there has been a motion to prevent reconsideration. All those, it's been seconded. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed, thank you very much. We'll move on to Article 17. Okay. The article is, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $215,000 for the purpose of purchasing a new 10-wheel plow truck. Estimated tax impact is 25 cents. You want to turn it on? No. No.
Okay? There we go. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $215,000 for the purpose of purchasing a new, fully equipped 10-wheel plow truck?
Okay, so that will be the amendment to that article. The words "fully equipped" will appear after the word "new." And we will talk to the amendment. Anybody wants it? I'm sorry? A second. Jan has seconded it. Thank you. Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends this article. The committee sees a continuing need to replace the town's plow truck fleet. 8 of 11 plow trucks are 10 or more years old. This article will replace a 2002 six-wheeler with a 10-wheeler. The increased capacity will make winter plowing operations more efficient. This purchase continues the town's 3-year effort in this area with the expectation of reduced maintenance costs in the future.
Thank you. Those wishing to speak to this article? Seeing none, this will appear. I'm sorry. Let's vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by raising your cards. Thank you. Those opposed to the amendment. Now we will talk about the article itself. Frank?
I'm curious to know, is the Highway Truck and Equipment Fund has $36,000 balance in it. Is any of that balance being used to offset the $215,000? And if you would, sorry. If you would allow me, I know you said at the beginning was only speaking to the article at hand.
I prefer
But,
that.
well, if you'd allow me, the next article, Article 18,
Why don't we wait until our 18?
well, it'll be too late then.
Okay.
So you put me between a rock and a hard place.
If you feel that your comments are going to be germane to 17, please go ahead.
I think you will find that.
Okay.
I hope you will. The skid steer, it shows $70,000, this is again Article 18, it shows a gross amount with $20,000 to be withdrawn from capital transfer station capital reserve, and then a final amount, a net amount to be raised. I'm wondering, again, back to Article 17.
Thank you.
I'm looking for some consistency and explanation. So I guess I would presume that any of this capital reserve money for the truck and equipment is not going to be used to offset.
I'll have to ask.
Okay.
You want to speak to that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, got the wrong, well, I have last, let me see. Well, this was printed on 1/15/2019, and it shows $35,000 in the truck and equipment fund. And I'll thank the finance administrator in advance for providing me with the capital reserve sheets, fund balances.
No, we didn't use anything out of the capital reserve for the plow truck. If we get any trade-in value this year, or the truck comes in on budget, it'll just be that much more next year. I guess that's no explanation. We just chose not to use any of it.
So I'm wondering from the board why there's not some consistency, either to use capital reserve money or not to use capital reserve money. One article does, one article doesn't. I mean, I thought that was kind of, what are we saving the $35,000 for?
You want the mic?
Yeah, this year you also see it's not going into the capital reserve fund to be spent, correct?
Well,
Yes.
that's the way the article reads. I
Yes. Yeah.
don't know if the 215 is a gross amount with 35 to come off of that, or if it's...
215 is the amount that's on the article as being asked for.
Okay.
The 35,000 that's in there, I would guess, if I just flipped up a slide, you have to keep in mind that some of the fleet, we have not voted. We did vote for trucks in 2000, and then we stopped from 2009 all the way to 2015. So there's $35,000 in there if he had a major breakdown or something else. If you take it all and you have one of the older trucks not make a storm or have a major breakdown, it sits for a whole year. So the idea was to do the article as it is and leave the $35,000 for something that you can ask
Okay.
Benji, he could tell you how many storms he's had them beside the road
I
and
get-
everything else. So that's what the thought was this year, is not to drain it completely, so that there was something there, because we spent several years without getting a truck. So we don't have a new one every year, which goes back to why the pictures show what the trucks look like today.
I get all adjustments. I'm not speaking against a new truck. I'm just
Right.
wondering, so then the truck, the capital reserve fund, and I know the selectmen are agents to expend, so you're saving that as a bank account for operating expenses?
Okay, emergencies arise. I mean, that happens.
For
so-
operating
But if we
expenses.
spend 175 this year, you'll be taxed for 175, not 215.
Right, and that balance...
Goes in the general fund when it's done. It's not going in the capital reserve fund.
In fact, the 2017 truck, according to finance, came in at about $185,000.
Correct. and
Fully equipped.
You'll be charged for
So-
185, not the 215.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions concerning this vehicle? Chris?
Comment on the article as amended. This is a safety issue both ways. It's a safety issue for us on the roads because these trucks are so old that they're down a lot of the time, and the road doesn't get plowed when the truck is down. But it's also a safety issue for the drivers. And for a long time, I've had a concern about that. Some people know about my old Saab, and I didn't take it very far away because I didn't trust it. And I don't want a driver out in a storm, in the dark, in an untrustworthy truck. That's just not a good idea. And the age of these trucks makes them untrustworthy. So we need to think about safety.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else wishing to speak to this article? Okay, we're going to be voting on the amendment. We'll be voting on the amendment, which is adding the words "fully equipped" to the article after the word "new." All those in favor of changing the article through this amendment, please raise your cards. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Now we're going to talk about the changed amendment, changed article. Anybody wishing to speak to the article as it now stands? Good. I'm sorry. That's a judgment call. So I'm going to read the article one more time just for fun and yucks and chuckles. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $215,000 for the purpose of purchasing a new fully equipped 10-wheel plow truck? All those in favor? Please raise your cards. All those opposed? Thank you very much. It will be in the warrant as read, and it is restricted and seconded. All those in favor of restricting for reconsideration? Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okey-doke. Moving on to Article 18. We are zooming along. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $70,000 for the purpose of purchasing a new skid steer with $25,000? With $25,000. I'm sorry. Did it again. With $20,000 to be withdrawn from the transfer station equipment capital reserve fund and $50,000 to be raised by taxation, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, estimated tax impact 6 cents. Who wishes to speak to that? John?
I move the article as read.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Anybody wishing to speak? Yes.
Yes, this is going to replace the 2005 skid steer that we have at the transfer station. It's the main workhorse there. It's, as I figured out, it's 14 years old, and it's becoming very electrically undependable. And I don't know how many people know this, but back in December, we had one of our town workers working with a piece of equipment, and it quit working. And he was trapped inside it for well over an hour before they could get it going again. I was just notified it was happening again yesterday. And thankfully, it wasn't one of these bitter cold days or the piece of equipment caught on fire with our worker inside it. This is just unacceptable, totally. And in the course of the 14 years we've had this piece of equipment, which is, it handles all the recyclables at the transfer station. It's brought in well over $800,000 worth of income to this town. I think it's high time we replaced it.
Thank you. Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends this article. The skid steer owned by the town is 14 years old and is in such poor condition that a substitute has had to be rented occasionally at $1,200 per week. In the past, the town has rejected this replacement, but it is now well past time to replace this workhorse of the transfer station and reduce maintenance costs. The $70,000 cost will be reduced by $20,000 drawn from the transfer station capital reserve fund. The committee supports this article as a more cost-effective means of meeting the town's needs.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to speak to this article? Seeing none, the article will appear on the warrant for March 12th. It has been moved to restrict reconsideration. It has been seconded. All those in favor of this motion, raise your cards, and those opposed, thank you very much. We are moving now to Article 19. Shall the town establish a road reconstruction and maintenance capital reserve fund under the provision of RSA 35:1 for the purpose of road maintenance and reconstructing roads, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $480,000 to be placed in said fund with an estimated amount of $284,481 anticipated to be received from the State of New Hampshire Highway Block Grant pursuant to RSA 235, and the remaining estimated balance of $195,519 be raised by taxation. Further, to name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend from said fund. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, the tax impact will be 23 cents estimated. Ooh, John?
I move the article as read.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. John?
This is an ongoing article we see every year for road reconstruction and maintenance. The only difference this year is we're trying to create a capital reserve fund, so any funds at the end of the year that the Director of Public Works hasn't spent generally goes back into the general fund. This would prevent that. It would be put into a capital reserve fund to be used during the winter or for the next year. Instead of going back to the general fund, he would have the whole $480,000 or whatever is left. That's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends this article. The committee supports the recurring article funding maintenance and repair of towns' roads. State funding helps reduce the cost to taxpayers. This article goes hand in hand with Article 3, the Road Preservation and Rehabilitation Bond. But regardless of the outcome on Article 3, this article must pass if we are to maintain our existing roads. The committee would note that by establishing a capital reserve fund, this article would ensure that money appropriated but unspent in any given year be carried over and used only for roads in the following year.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak to this article? Frank?
Two questions. It doesn't indicate who are agents to expend. Is it going to be the Board of Selectmen? Or?
The last sentence, Frank, I think.
Oh, okay. All right, I missed that.
Okay.
And what is the difference between establishing a capital reserve fund and encumbering that money at the end of the year? Okay.
If you encumber money, you can only do it for a limited period of time. With the capital reserve fund, that money, to the extent it's not spent, will be there and be used indefinitely.
Okay. Then let me ask you, if you encumber money, and the road agent didn't have a plan, encumbered money doesn't necessarily have to have a plan attached to it?
The way I understand encumbering is, yes, there does need to be a plan attached to it, but I don't get that question very often. I'm far from an expert on it, and I think Naomi can probably speak to it better.
Okay. What do you think, Naomi? It's just that I have, personally, I have a problem with establishing a lot of capital reserve funds and having the agents, having the selectmen agents to spend. Sometimes a public hearing is required. That doesn't seem to go over too well here either.
It's always been my understanding, Frank, that when you encumber, you do have to have there's things that we can encumber, but it's a specific thing you encumber for.
Okay.
What happens now with the road reconstruction money is, most of the road work gets done in the fall, and then when we go and move on through the winter, you unexpectedly could have a culvert collapse or a big part of the road or something like that, and you don't have any funding. So what happens is you have to run around now and try to buy, or at the end of the year, and try to buy something you wish you only had a crystal ball for, is to buy the right size culvert or some other things. Okay. But it's usually a specific encumbrance or for a specific thing.
Okay.
So this gives Benji the ability, if something was to crop up, during the year in the winter that needed to be fixed right away, that would be a way to fix it.
I certainly agree with having some, an amount of money for what you just explained. But could I ask the board if you could look into specifically if encumbered money has to be spent on something specific?
I'll bounce that back to the attorney.
Okay, maybe you got that.
I actually have an answer now. The statute says to encumber, it has to be one of two things. There either has to be a legally enforceable obligation created by contract or otherwise to any person for the expenditure. So that would be a specific plan. But then it goes on to say that if the amount is appropriated under a special warrant article like this one, the local governing body, which is the selectmen, may, at a properly noticed meeting held before the end of the fiscal year, vote to treat that appropriation as encumbered for a maximum of 1 additional fiscal year. So
Okay.
it could be encumbered at the end of the year for 1 additional year without a specific plan.
Well, I'm not going to make an amendment, but that will tell me that I would not support the article. Well, caught between a rock and a hard place. I want the road bond money, but can I ask, are the selectmen after today, are they able to change wording in an article?
No. Anyone else wishing to speak to this article?
Just very, very briefly, Tom Clow, Concord Stage Road. And I support the article. To me, it makes sense to have the capital reserve fund. It gives you some immediate access to the funds when they're needed. And in the past, the board has pretty much had to have a purchase order in hand in order to encumber money. I understand the law, but we had not just randomly encumbered anything. We had to have a purchase order to do that.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else?
Tom Downing, Winterbury Lane. I might just be a little confused, so I'm just looking for some clarification. We're talking about 480,000, and of that 284 and change. That anticipated revenue, is this a matching fund where the 195 is required to be raised in order to receive those funds? And if
No.
so in theory, we could still get the 284,000, and we wouldn't have to put 195,000 away. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Dick?
Thank you. Just for clarification, Article 3 is principally for maintenance and rehabilitation of roads. Is that correct?
Article 3?
Yeah, that's the $2.5 million bond. Article 19 is for reconstructing roads. Is that correct?
Yes.
The words maintenance are in there. Now, at one point in time, there was $40,000 in the operating budget approximately for maintaining gravel roads. That was removed. Does that mean that out of the $480,000 that's being raised, 40,000 of that is going to be used for gravel roads?
That's correct.
So what does the $440,000 allow you to do on an annual basis on reconstructing a road?
And
how many miles, I guess?
Maintenance.
Well, our average number that you just saw on slide for Article 3 was it's approximately $225,000 per mile to totally rehabilitate a road, 3 inches asphalt. This road reconstruction is the same one you've seen, I don't know how many years when it started. I've been here 17 years and we've had one ever since I've started. So this goes towards maintenance, reconstruction, and everything. If the bond passes, then we can get a big jump on our maintenance. But what we do with this isn't really going to change. We're still going to crush gravel for our dirt roads, buy calcium chloride for our dirt roads, reconstruct a mile and a half of paved road, crush glass if I don't have enough money in that. We did move a line into the budget for glass crushing this year, but previously it crushed our glass, buys our culverts, it does everything. Rent a piece of equipment if we have to have something that we don't currently own, hire a contractor. It does a multitude of things. So we just felt that it would be nice to be able to carry over that last little bit of money at the end of every year, because you don't want to stretch your dollar right to the end in case asphalt were to go up or something and you'd be overspent. So there's always 10 or 20 grand left at the end of the year.
Okay, you tried to lessen the impact in terms of other things that this money was being used for, because you did have money in the operating budget, again, about $40,000 for gravel road maintenance.
I proposed that, and in negotiation to get a budget approved, I took it out.
And was there also some money in there for glass crushing?
There
In the
was,
operating budget?
There was, and we split that in half. We took half of that out.
So how much was taken out of the, how much is now being required to be taken out of this article that was in the operating budget, proposed budget?
So we started with 57, and we took all but 7,500 back out of the budget. So
why was that done?
Well, we've never had a line item in the budget for road maintenance. I think every director before me thought that we should have one, but never happened, so I proposed one, and
You didn't take it out?
Well, I agreed to take it out. The finance and other boards said that if we could cut our budget down, that they would support and recommend the operating budget, and that was the biggest jump in my budget, so I agreed that I would take that back out. It's always been taken, road maintenance has always been taken out of road reconstruction. I just thought since it was an annual...
Well, you put it in there for a reason, to
Right.
maximize the amount of money we're getting in Article 19.
Right, that's right.
And because a decision was made by the Board of Selectmen to satisfy a request from the Finance Committee to reduce the operating budget, those two items were, one was partially removed, the other was fully removed?
Yeah.
Is that right? I would like to, I don't know where the moderator
Yes.
is. Is he there? Mr. Moderator, I would like you to ask the board why they removed the money, the approximately $40,000 and another maybe $15,000 out of the operating budget to support maintenance of gravel roads and glass crushing, and now being required to take it out of the money that's in Article 19. I think they understood the question, but I don't think you have to repeat it.
The Board of Selectmen wish to address that?
Pretty much exactly what Benji said. It was, there was cuts made in the operating budget to satisfy a recommendation from the Finance Committee to get a operating budget, proposed operating budget, that was acceptable for both parties. And again, these funds have always come from the road reconstruction as they go. Some of the glass crushing byproduct that's used, it can be used in the bottom road base. I personally did not agree with taking that out of the operating budget due to the fact of the state mandates that the transfer station manage it, and crushing it is managing of the glass. So to me, that's an operating expenditure from the transfer station. But again, we split that in half. We removed the gravel road maintenance, and we'll again represent next year.
Any other comments or direction about this article? Seeing none, Article 19 will appear on the warrant as written. There's a motion to restrict reconsideration. It's been seconded. All those in favor of doing so, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Article 20, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $105,000 to be added to the previously established Bridge Reconstruction Capital Reserve Fund for the purpose of erecting, repairing, and/or replacing bridges, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, with a tax impact of 12 cents, estimated.
Move the article as read.
Thank you, John. Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, this is third year of 4 years of payments, which most people know we have to have our 20% in the bank before the state will release any of their money. This is for approximately 3 bridges in town. I'm not going to name them because things can change around and we could go other places with the money. That's what it's for.
Thank you. Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends this article. 3 of the town's bridges are in need of major repair: the River Road Bridge and the Lull and Francistown Road culverts. The state grant will cover 80% of the costs, but the town must have the other 20% set aside, or the state money will go to other towns. The town's cost share for these projects is expected to be $400,000. This will be the third of 4 years' funding for these projects.
Thank you. Others who wish to speak to this article? Seeing none, the article will appear as stated on the warrant and ballot for March 12th. There's a motion to prevent reconsideration. All those, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you very much. All those opposed, say cow. Okay, good. Article 21. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $19,000 for the purpose of having an architectural engineering survey done on the property on Quaker Street, Heinesen Field, and East Road, former Alma Schmidt property, for the future recreational fields expansion capabilities? And we're speaking.
I'll move this article.
It's been moved. It's been seconded.
I don't know if there's anyone here from Parks and Rec that would like to speak to this. Okay. So what they want is they're looking for $19,000 to do an architectural and engineering study on on East Street, East Road, Elmer Schmidt property, and also the Heinesen Field. And it's to expand those, the athletic fields. So it's, to be done preliminary.
Thank you. Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee does not recommend this article. This article would fund an engineering site assessment of Heinesen Field and the former Alma Schmidt property for athletic recreational purposes. The CIP Committee was not provided with data about the current use of the 2 properties that would support expansion. Moreover, the former Alma Schmidt property has an estimated 8 to 10 years' worth of gravel, which the town is in the process of removing.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to speak to this article? Dick.
I speak in opposition to this article.
Of course you can. Of course you can. I thought you said, may I?
Oh, I didn't say may I.
No.
You have to sit down then.
Yeah, take a sip. Yeah.
Mother, may I? Yes, you may.
Unfortunately, I don't like to disparage volunteer boards, but Park and Rec's been kind of all over the place over the past 3 or 4 years in their requests. A number of years ago, we spent $5,000, roughly $5,000 on plans for Bolton Field. To finish Bolton Field, nothing's been completed. It always sounds like a good idea to develop a plan, to have a plan. I tell you, if you're going to build a house, you're going to want to make sure you have the money available to develop a plan to build a house. As far as I know, Park and Rec has no money to build or develop the fields. I think this is going to be a waste of money. The highway garage, there were efforts made to have a plan approved prior to having funding. That was voted down by the voters, and the building was finally put up as a result of having enough money to build it and to develop the plans. Unfortunately, I can't support it for the reason that there is no money available with Park and Rec. And in addition to that, how many grants have been applied for by Park and Rec? Does the board know?
I'm
asking the moderator if the board knows if there are any.
That's a rhetorical question, or you want to?
No,
does the board have any idea? Unknown.
Well, it would be nice that to me, this maybe would be something that could be done through a grant. So I think it's too preliminary, and I think it's putting the cart before the horse.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this article? Yes?
Melissa Drury, Oak Hill Road. They have applied for grants, not specifically for ball fields, and I'm only speaking because I used to be on park. They have looked into the Mildred Hall Foundation. They've looked into land and water conservation funds for grants in the past, just recently, so they have pursued those options in the past.
Thank you.
Recently.
Anyone else wishing to speak to this article? Seeing none, the article will be placed on the ballot as written, and there's a motion to restrict reconsideration. All those in favor? It's been moved and seconded, and it has been voted on. All those opposed? Seeing none. Thank you very much. 22. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $66,500 to be added to the previously established Government Building and Maintenance Capital Reserve Fund for the purpose of re-roofing the safety complex, recommended by the Board of Selectmen? Estimated tax impact will be 8 cents. And
I move Article 22 as read.
thank you. Seconded?
Okay.
It has been. Jan, you wish to
This
speak?
article would provide funding for re-roofing of the safety complex from the Government Building and Maintenance Capital Reserve Fund. Upon inspection of the roof, there is significant deterioration, curling of shingles, and high risk of leaks. There was no ridge vent in the original construction, approximately 16 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends this article. The roof on the safety complex is in need of replacement before it begins to leak. The shingles are curling badly. They look like potato chips. The committee believes that putting the money in the Capital Reserve Fund now for this project will prevent spending more money later on.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to address this article? Matt?
Matt Whitlock. So we only got 16 years out of a shingle roof. That doesn't seem like a lot, right? I mean, isn't a shingle roof supposed to last a little longer than that? So will we get a better lifetime when we do this again?
Yeah, the intent is to put 50-year architectural shingles on. And this...
Okay, I'll be back in 50 years.
Yeah.
So will I.
Right, and with the proper vent.
I'll still be moderating. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to this article? Seeing none, it will appear on the ballot for March 12th. There's a motion to restrict reconsideration. It has been seconded. All those in favor of doing so, please raise your cards. All those opposed, thank you very much. Article 23. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 for cemetery improvements and fund this appropriation by authorizing the withdrawal of said sum from the Cemetery Trust Fund Cy-Pres account? Recommended by the Selectmen. Estimated tax impact, 0.
I'll move the article as read.
It's been moved, seconded. Rick?
So the Cypre account, these funds are used to make improvements and repairs to the town cemetery, such as repair of the damaged stone walls, boundary markings, and fencing. This warrant article is required to allow the withdrawal from the Cypre account for the cemetery trustees to utilize. If the money is not used in 2019, it will return to the account.
Thank you. Anyone? Oh, Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends this article. These funds are used to maintain the interior of town cemeteries and are funded through a withdrawal from the Cemetery Trust Fund, so there is no tax impact.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to speak to this article? Seeing none, the article will be placed on the ballot. Hearing a motion to restrict. Second. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of doing so, please raise your cards. All those opposed, thank you very much. Article 24, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $6,500 for the purpose of purchasing fireworks for the 2019 Weare Patriotic Celebration, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, estimated tax impact, 1 cent.
I'll move the article as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Again, I think the article is pretty self-explanatory. The article is to pay for the fireworks displayed during the patriotic celebration. Without these funds, the fireworks will not draw enough of a crowd and the carnival will not come. So we'll have no patriotic celebration center in town.
Thank you. Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends this article. The committee believes that fireworks are important for the success of our yearly patriotic celebration.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Clarence Gardner. I'm relatively new in town. I noticed on the website it says that the celebration for last year was canceled, but it doesn't say why. Was it because such an article was disapproved, or?
It wasn't canceled last year.
Or maybe the year before, I don't know.
You take Old Home Days. Old Home Days was canceled, not the patriotic celebration.
Oh, okay, I figured that was just the same, different word.
Nope. Totally
Okay.
completely different.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Neil?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have a question for the Selectmen. On some of these articles, there's a statement recommended by the Board of Selectmen, and on other articles, there is no such statement. Would you care to explain the significance of that? Also, when the Finance Committee makes its recommendations, it does both positive and negative recommendations. The Selectmen don't seem to have any negative recommendations. Is there some reason for that? Thank you.
I can explain that. The statutes require that the selectmen make recommendations on certain articles. Those are articles that put money into or take money out of a capital reserve fund or an expendable trust fund, and similar situations like that. It does not require it on special warrant articles that simply raise and appropriate money. So I believe what the board did in this case was simply follow the law as to where recommendations were required and where they weren't. And the other question is, so in theory, the Board of Selectmen wouldn't put an article on the warrant that it didn't recommend. So that's why it's very unusual to see the Selectmen not recommending an article on the warrant unless it happens to be a petitioned warrant article.
If I may, Mr. Moderator? So what do we take from the from the absence of a recommendation on articles that the Selectmen could have not put on the warrant, but chose to put on the warrant and chose to make no recommendation about?
I think that's an interesting question. Does someone wish to speak to that?
Again, the statute doesn't require recommendations on all articles, just on some of them, so they made recommendations on ones that were required and not on the others.
Got that. And now the question is to the Selectmen, not to you.
Okay.
Why did you not recommend, or why did you fail to make a positive or a negative recommendation on these other articles where you were under no obligation to make a recommendation?
Let me see if I could restate that.
I get it.
Is there a reason why the negatives weren't put on them?
No. I understand it.
You got it?
For exactly the same reason that the town council has stated, is it was discussed at the board level of putting recommendation, not recommendation on there, and it was our consensus that if we put it on the warrant article, that we recommend it as a board. Maybe individually we don't, but as a board, we do recommend putting it on there. Again, the ones that we have to put on recommended by the Board of Selectmen by law, that's what we do. But otherwise, it's implied that because we put it on the warrant, we support it.
Thank you.
Okay. Tom?
Just to follow up on the same thing, they had always been on there before. I think it'll confuse people to now only have certain ones recommended. I understand what you're saying about the law, but any article that was put on there, that particularly if it was financial, were recommended in the past. And where the Finance Committee makes it one way or the other, I think you're going to confuse people.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak to this article? Seeing no one, then the article will appear on the ballot as written. It has been moved and seconded that we restrict reconsideration for this. Please raise your cards if you agree. All those opposed? Thank you very much. We are now on Article 25.
Yes.
Article 25. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $30,000 to allow the Conservation Commission to secure contracted services with a licensed forester for forestry services including plan updates, harvest layout, harvest management, forest inventory, invasive species control, and other related services, and fund this appropriation by authorizing the withdrawal of that sum from the town forest account, recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Estimated tax impact zero.
I'm going to move this article, and I'm going to ask the Chair, Andy Fulton, or Vice Chair, to speak to this.
It's been moved and seconded, and we're going to have someone, Andy.
Good afternoon, Andy Fulton, Hemlock Drive. This is a recurring article that allows the Conservation Commission to manage the town forests. It allows the town forest account to be utilized, and that $30,000 is not a lump sum. It's a total or a cap on what the allowance for the year would be. Each time we have our forester undertake work, we do that with an agreement, a contract for services, be it inventorying a parcel, writing a report, professional services rendered, and that is something that comes before the commission before any work is done and any expenditure is made.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? How about the Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends Article 25. The committee believes that professional management of the town's forest through the employment of a licensed forester is a wise use of resources to the continuing benefit of the town. This article is funded out of the town forest account and has no tax impact.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this article? Seeing none. Oh.
I don't speak to this article. Point of order.
Point of order.
Question. Regarding going back to the whole recommended by selectmen thing, if I understood what you said correctly, you only recommended or put a recommendation out for those articles where you were required to? Is that correct understanding? Okay. So Article 24 that we just talked about with the fireworks, were you required to recommend that?
No.
Oh, okay. So I think the point that people were making was, if you recommend them, whether you're required to or not.
So you're asking for some sort of consistency. That is going to be taken under consideration, and the board will address that at some future date. Okay, I am now on to voting on this article. Oh, I don't need to vote on it. It has no change monetarily. So, seeing none, it will appear as is, and there's a motion to prevent reconsideration, and it's seconded. All those in favor of not doing so, please raise your cards. All those opposed, and who would like to reconsider? Good. Article 26. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $150,000 for the Conservation Commission expenditure towards the purchase of new town forest land and fund this appropriation by authorizing the withdrawal of that same sum from the town forest account, recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Estimated tax impact, 0.
I'd like to move this article and also request Andy Fulton to speak to this again, or Steve, whoever. Steve?
Second. Thank you, Sharon. Steve?
Good afternoon, Steve Najar, Vice Chairman of the Weare Conservation Commission and Pondview Road resident. So the town forest account receives its funding from good forest management that we do and have done over the years, and the town has a really long history of using this account to acquire new lands. Because of the way the account and state law are structured, the town has to authorize the expenditure every year. We don't have a specific project that we have in mind at the moment, but if a good parcel comes available at a reasonable price, then this makes the money available to add to the existing land base in the town of Weare.
Thank you. Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm pleased to announce that this is our last recommendation. And in fact, we recommend this article. The committee believes that having funds available to purchase land to add to the town forests helps to foster the rural character of our community. If no lands are purchased, the money remains in the town forest account. This article is funded out of the town forest account and has no tax impact.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak to this? John?
Yeah, John Lawton again. I'm in favor of this in theory, but year after year I come before you. I know there was a committee, I think, gotten together to utilize. We have thousands of acres of conservation land already in town, but very little of it is set up for public access. I mean, as far as trails and so forth and so on. And I just like to know if the Conservation Commission could give us some kind of an update as to what's going on in that area, and could they spend some money to set that, in motion.
Someone wishing to speak to that from the forestry?
So we've heard that comment quite a few times, and the Conservation Commission actually had a survey of town forest land. So John, I'm not sure how you missed out on that. It was a public process. I think it was basically John and Dick's comments that kind of got us going on that. So we concluded the actual survey and have some recommendations, and then at this point we elected not to move on it. Trail development is pretty expensive. But as far as the public access for the town, all of the town parcels, at least all the major ones, are on the town website. Usually they have pretty good access. There's some good information available. So we are lacking a big developed trail network, but we do have plenty of access information. And if the town, we just didn't hear enough from people that they were really interested in putting a lot of money into developing a trail network. So if there's that feeling, come on into the Conservation Commission, make that known. And it's another appropriation that we have to look at and prioritize. So, but there was that discussion, and we'd love to hear from people. Our meeting's the second Wednesday of every month.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Tom Flaherty, Sunrise Lane. The town is going to purchase some land and add it to the town forest. I imagine that land isn't taxed once the town purchases it, correct? And so would this land have been taxed before, and is there a loss of a tax revenue from the land becoming owned by the town in that case? And so this has it says no tax impact, but indirectly there really is, right? Not from this purchase, but indirectly. So is that something that people should understand? Is it significant? I don't know what the number is, but
Well, most of these large portions are in current use. So if
Okay.
there's 100 acres, more than likely, if we buy it from someone, it's in current use, which we're talking just $300 or $400 probably.
okay, so insignificant amounts typically?
Yeah, usually it's a fairly good-sized piece. I mean, I'm new on that board, but Steve can answer that question probably for you.
Okay, thanks.
Steve?
You know, that's a great question, and in natural resources management also, we have to really assess what large parcels provide and try to monetize that. So, you know, town forest provides recreation, water, flood attenuation. In Weare, we also have a really proud heritage of doing active management. So whenever there's a harvest, there's a severance tax, and the town gets that. That's not the Conservation Commission that gets that money. So we're actually keeping these forests working. We're supporting small businesses, loggers, sawmills, foresters. So it isn't taken out of the productive economy, and it keeps our town rural. And then the other part that you really have to understand is that houses never pay for themselves. So if some of the parcels that we've been involved with in the past, like 600 acres up at the Eastman Conservation Area, if you added up what would have happened, what the impact would have been to the tax base if that had all been developed, it would have been a huge negative. And instead, that property provides all those values and an income. So, you know, the idea of taking something off the tax rolls is not really easy to monetize, but like Sherry said as well, some of these bigger parcels that are privately held, typically we come in at a point where someone's looking to sell them and buy it. And so, you know, if they're just selling to, you know, the highest basic, you know, who's ever most interested, a lot of times those are development concerns. So, you know, all those negative things like new schools, that's where really all the costs come from in running a town. And we heard today a lot about, you know, growing pains, right? More police, more fire. So those are the things that we try to help buffer by buying conservation lands and town forest and actually stabilizing the tax base. So, thanks.
Thank you. Further comments?
Andy Fulton, Chair of the Conservation Commission, Hemlock Drive. One thing to keep in mind that any purchase that we make as a town, our abilities are very limited. You know, we'll work on the margins as best we can, but there shouldn't be any concern that they're buying up all the town to take it off the tax rolls. We're a tiny little bit player trying to, you know, do a responsible stewardship of natural resources for the town, and we just don't have resources to compete with. You know, with the large developers when the market's hot. We try to be flexible, we try to work with interested landowners, and we try to be available to work when they are interested in working with us, and that's what this article does. If there's no prospect for the year, then nothing's expended, there's no charge, it's still in the town forest account. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this article? Seeing none, this will appear on the ballot as read. There's a motion to restrict reconsideration, and a second has been made. All those in favor of doing so, please raise your cards. Those opposed? Thank you very much. Here we are. I want to take a moment to thank the Finance Committee for their efforts and their working this year. I was very pleased with the number of people that we had who volunteered to participate, and I think the process is moving along, and I'm very pleased with that. So thank you. As town moderator, I get to appoint the Finance Committee, and that's why I'm making that comment at this point. Article 27, shall the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to dispose of tax-deeded property, excuse me, located on Dustin Tavern Road, tax map 411, lot 42.2, consisting of a dwelling and 10.78 acres by public auction or sealed bid.
I move Article 27 as read.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded.
This article would allow the Board of Selectmen the authority to sell this 2012 tax-deeded property by public auction or sealed bid. When the property is sold, it would then be placed back on the town's tax warrant.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to speak to this? No Finance Committee comments? Okay. Seeing no one wishes to speak, I will move that to be placed on the ballot. It has been moved and seconded, and a motion to restrict reconsideration is moved and seconded. All those who wish to agree with that, raise your cards. Thank you very much. Those opposed? Moving on. Article 28, shall the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to dispose of the following land-only tax-deeded property by public auction or sealed bid? Number 109-0313, South Stark Highway, 10.29 acres. Number 401-003, Reservoir Drive, 6.67 acres. Number 403-242, Boyce Road, 7.28 acres. Number 408-129, Mount William Pond Road, 19.53 acres. Number 410-187, Gettings Road, 5.4 acres.
I move Article 28 as read.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any, well, what, Jan?
The purpose of this article is to allow the Board of Selectmen the authority to sell these tax-deeded land-only properties over 5 acres by public auction or sealed bid. When they are sold, they would then be placed on the town's tax warrant.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak to this article? Seeing none, it will be placed on the ballot for March 12th. I'm sorry. Steve?
You know, I'm a little surprised, actually, that this didn't go through the Conservation Commission. I'm kind of concerned because we already had some discussion on the last tax auction. Do we have a clue what's on, a 20-acre parcel, what the timber value is before we go auction this thing off?
I have copies.
Jan?
Of the parcels, that if you would like to follow up on that, you could, or follow up on those. I don't think you...
Naomi?
Accept.
It's just because 1994, there was a warrant article that said if you wanted to take tax-deeded property and put it back out over 5 acres, you had to put it out for sealed bid or public auction. We haven't talked about putting any of these out, but a couple of them may come back because they're fairly new to us if they want to pay their taxes, but if they don't pay their taxes, this gives us the ability, instead of waiting another whole year, to put it back out there. We haven't had any discussion, but anything over 5 acres has to go to town meetings, so we'll see what the town says, and if it's no, it's no. But at the same, we thought we'd get ahead of the curve instead of hanging on to it for an entire another year.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none.
Some of these have been on here since
I'm sorry,
1994. So, they do go way back, some of them.
Okay, thank you, Jan. Article 28 will appear on the ballot as read. All those who wish to restrict reconsideration It has been moved and seconded. Those those in favor of restricting reconsideration, please raise your cards. All those opposed, thank you very much. Those who are opposed, if I speed past you, please don't hesitate to scream and tell me. Article 29, we the residents of Weare, New Hampshire petition to have Chase Park access limited to Weare residents and other permitted users only. This is by petition. Article 29. Is there someone here who wishes to speak to that? Okay.
I hate to do it, I just have a quick question. Sorry, Tom Downing, Winterbury Lane. I already thought it was restricted to Weare residents. Do we have to buy permits? Don't you have to be a resident?
No. No, if you wanted to buy a permit, again, purchase it as an out-of-town resident or out-of-town, you can still access the beach. But
So is this proposing that no out-of-towners are going to be able to, if passed, will not be able to, out-of-towners will not be able to purchase a permit?
as we read it, no.
What do you think it means?
Well, that's a good question. Again, this is a petition article. It's not brought forward by the Board of Selectmen.
I'm glad you're as confused as I am.
Right, and similarly.
Fair enough.
Chris Haig again. So if this was passed and then it was had legal review and they said, no, you can't do that, it wouldn't happen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct. Yeah. The reason I wonder that, we went through this in the 80s, lowering the lake, back in the days when we used to lower the lake. We learned the state owns the water. So we had to do what the state said about raising and lowering the lake because they own the water. Likewise, when I was on Parks and Rec, we had to allow boats to be launched because the state owns the water. So that's why I questioned this.
I know that it was brought forward to the Board of Selectmen, and again, this is going to be paraphrasing most of it, that there is a lot of frustration with parking on the side reservoir and in the parking area for Chase Park, that the residents feel that a lot of the surrounding town water bodies that are utilized for public are either full of their own residents, so the other town residents kind of slip this way, and they wanted, I believe the intention was they wanted to restrict it to Weare residents only. But again, what you see is what we were provided in the statement on the petition. So I don't know if their intent got broadcasted 100%, but again, this we put down what the petition is and the signatures behind it, and there it is. Do we have to move this onto it? Okay.
This is it'll just appear. This will just appear on the ballot. It's been motioned to restrict. Reconsideration has been seconded to restrict. All those in favor who wish to restrict reconsideration, all those opposed, thank you. Article 30, to transact any other business which may legally come before this meeting. Yes.
Thank you to Mr. Moderator.
I want to thank the people here who have been very patient with me this afternoon and morning. If there's no other, and there are.
I just want to, Steve Roberts, Concord Stage Road. I'm also the chair of the Board of Fire Wardens. I just want to say thank you to the Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, the town finance director, and the town administrator for their assistance in helping us and working with us in developing our budget. On behalf of the fire department, we had a lot of things going on this year, and a considerable amount of time was spent, especially by the finance committee, and we just really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Frank?
I was going to ask if it was predetermined, presumably by the town, by the selectmen, if all these articles passed for today, if there was an estimated tax impact available. But I know that there was a couple of articles that there was, they were amended. So if it's reasonable to ask that now, if not, could I ask the board to maybe have that for a Monday night? I know some board members like to have the questions asked well in advance because they don't have the answer for it, so I'm asking them to be prepared for the question Monday.
So you're looking for total impacts of all the articles that are listed and will be on the ballot?
Right, but I understand that that may not be because of the changes, so
We're working on it.
Okay.
We should have an answer for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Last statement from Clarence Gardner. Presumably an easy question. All these warrant articles that have to do with money, they always say raise and appropriate. I'm wondering why they say raise if the money's already in hand. Does that have legal meaning?
Because that's what the Department of Revenue Administration likes to see.
Okay.
There.
Frank, the answer to your question, if all of the warrant articles pass that were presented today, the estimated tax impact would be $4.82. $4.82.
But I have a fun fact. So what we did is when we anticipated our revenue, we anticipated it very low so that your tax impact, you'll be pleasantly surprised in the...
Ta-da.
I'm not going to sing, so just stop. So if we use the revenue that we took in last year, you can take 23 cents off of the 482. But we did it conservatively using the 2,888,000, not the 3 million plus that we actually took in 18.
Those who wish to speak to that comment, Frank?
When you talk about the revenue, the 23 cents, that does not include general fund balance that may be able to be used.
No, it's just if you took the revenue of the last year versus what I plugged in for this time,
right,
it would be 23 cents less.
Okay. All right,
thank you.
Any other comments, concerns, wishes? If not, and I don't see any, I call this meeting, this portion of the meeting, adjourned? I adjourn this meeting, and it will be restated at 7 o'clock in the morning on March 12th for the vote. Okay, thank you very much.